That's interesting that they gave it so much. They gave it so much. The high of its whole chart is at like 105 or 100, yeah, 104. Is yeah, pretty much fully priced now, right? Yeah. This one's good. This is probably a good one for Chow. That was my troll up in the ES, in the ES chat there last night. That was my troll attempt. Oh, trading is halted on it. Oh, okay, cool. That's why it's dead. I was like, what the fuck? Like, well, like it was completely dead. But I mean, it didn't even open then. It was halted after hours, like right at, well, I got 7:49 p.m. So what's that? That's 10 minutes before like the close the after hours, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, I don't see anything trading.
That's interesting. That's
since yesterday.
So when this reopens, watch Microsoft, right? See what maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just all speculation, right? But everything is kind of selling off here. Like AMD is taking a tank. Tesla's kind
yeah, NVIDIA, it's falling.
NVIDIA's kind of, below its below its close of yesterday. That's for sure. Maybe not below the low of yesterday.
So is Microsoft dragging NQ right now? Because NQ is a lot weaker than the rest.
No, and I think it's NVIDIA also.
Okay.
Like, look at that down in an NVIDIA. Look at that timing of it. That V bottom, exact. Like it's bang on. Like it's just spot on.
Who drew this? Did I draw this?
Drawing stuff.
You know how to draw?
What the fuck? Oh yeah, I did draw this.
What is that?
It's a man peeing behind a bush, and that's what the projections are.
What?
That's worth.
I think I was trolling one of those guys that were, they draw a bunch of shit on their shit. And I just found that fan thing, and I was like, "What the hell? Who the hell uses this?"
What is that? A fan fib projection?
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, I was like,
it looks like a rainbow.
Use half that shit.
But who the hell would use it? It's like,
how do you use
how does this even make sense? Now you
I always shoot for dark green. That's what I shoot for. I swear it works.
No. If it's this setup with the man peeing, it's always the dark yellow. It's not the dark green. Dark green is no good.
Over yellow.
Yeah. What the hell? I was like, what the fuck is this? I got hacked by one of you guys.
That's like it's a fib spiral or something. I'm like,
I don't know.
I tried to look at it. I'm like, I don't know what to do with that.
Because one day I was like,
I'm not about
fucking around, and I saw like GAN. I understand GAN days and stuff like that, but it's like GAN boxes, GAN, all this. I'm like, wow, that's just taking it overboard.
Too much, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, what's this triangle pattern?
There's a polygon pattern right here. Polyline.
Three drives pattern.
Oh, what? It's like a fortune cookie pattern. No,
how do you make that work?
I don't know. It's called polyline.
Keep adjusting it until it works and it looks great. When you can post it and be like, yeah, look at me.
This is cap full, guys.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cap full of patterns.
I gotta go to Twitter here and make sure that we didn't get anything posted.
Oh, so retro. We're not gonna deep dive into this and talk about this. And it's not directed to retro, it's to everybody. I was doing a lot of, I've been telling you guys I've been doing a lot of digging into this whole like Gaza Palestinian war thing and stuff like that. And everybody and their mother, like Japan had like they went to like whatever that famous street called, issue, whatever. They were like holding like signs saying, like everyone was holding a Jewish flag. And, a lot of people were doing this. And I was like, you know, Palestinians can't be that, lack of a better word, stupid, right? Or irrational. Irrational is probably a better word. They can't be that irrational that the whole world thinks that the Jews are right, Israel's right, and then, you know, you can't be that irrational to like take over something. Then I started reading up, and I finally found it. It took me days and days of digging. Jews are assholes to Palestinians. Like, they spit on them.
Okay. This is a known fact.
I didn't
You
know
have to go
that.
digging. You have to go digging because it's not reported. But people
Well,
know this. Like,
Yeah, but you have to
this is a
forgive me.
known. No. But that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
The
but you have to
stories
forgive me.
don't
Like,
get told.
as an American, you know, living in Hong Kong, yes, I've traveled to, like, you know, Qatar and everything in Dubai, but I mean, come on, you know, I don't really see things. You know, you have to live there to really know. I was just really shocked. And there's like, of course, it could be isolated incidents, just like, you know, a lot of stuff on the internet. I was like, God damn, there's just a lot of videos of these people, you know, being assholes to like Palestinians, to Christians, to anyone who's not, you know, Jewish. I was like,
Jewish.
wow. I was like, whoa. And then that kind of let me down. Right. Well, I'm not trying to start a debate. I'm just saying I didn't know. And I guarantee you most people don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Robert.
No, I'm just saying, so right back to the racism thing? Like, because you're not a Jew, I don't like you?
Yeah.
No, it goes to a lot of the teachings of the faith. So it's almost like indoctrined into their religion and their beliefs. It's, I mean, I can use the word supremacy because in many ways they really do think
they feel supreme.
They're the chosen people. This land belongs to them. They're the only ones that claim it, right? Meanwhile, it's really the home to 3 major religions. There's historical texts to prove that. You know, so there is this whole thing, and even the whole culture, it continues to perpetuate that. And in some ways, you can just look at it like, oh, no, this is great. This is like, you know, they're promoting their own culture. But if you really kind of deeply read into some of the teachings and the practices, and how, you know, Jewish people help marry their own kind, which I think is great. There's nothing wrong with that. But it just kind of stems from this inner knowledge and like this thread that we people it's us, right? And we're somehow better, or we need to be better. Not we need to be better, but we need to continue to promote some of these things within ourselves. Like it self-perpetuates. I have a lot of Jewish friends, and there are always like things that they would say that I'm like, this is kind of weird that you guys think this way. I've dated Jewish guys. Like, I just, you know, that's a different story. One guy was a former Orthodox Jew. And I've just been around a lot of Jewish people. They're absolutely wonderful people that I'm friends with. But if you continue to listen to some of the things that they say, some of the things that they self-perpetuate within their own community, it's very isolating. And then you can understand why. And they're removed, right? Because they live in America and these are westernized. They do travel to Israel often, but you take it to there's forms of extremism absolutely within the community. You will never see it, because if you see it, or if anybody says it, you know, you're automatically labeled anti-Semite. There are many, many Jewish people that oppose the Israeli government and the policies and what has happened in that area for decades.
Though, right?
Not necessarily. No, even Israeli Jews. You won't hear those stories. You just won't hear it because everybody gets quieted. Everybody gets shut down. It's really awful. Like, because the power and the money is on one side. And when you have power and money, you can squash everything. You control the media. You control the narrative. You can say whatever you want. And if anybody says anything otherwise, the stories just don't come out, and you are outcasted from society.
So the Jews that are opposing the current government in Israel right now, are they opposing the government that they're attacking others, or how they're handling
Yeah,
things?
they've never, like, people, Israelis and other Jews, whether you live in Israel or not, have criticized the practices of isolating Palestinians to certain territories and keeping them there under oppression. Like, they don't have the same rights as Israelis. The Israeli government doesn't even recognize Palestine as a state. And if you even read the comments on the internet, they're like, Palestine never existed. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as Palestine, meaning there's never been a state, an actual state, a government, a currency, which is factual. But to say that it never existed and to just completely eradicate an entire region is completely misleading. It's like saying Mesopotamia never existed.
So with this current government in Israel, that's the right wing, right?
It's not the current government. It's been ever since the partition.
Okay.
Right? And Jews and Muslims.
Yeah, he's a Jew. I mean, there's a lot of Jews in there, but he was saying something about a right wing, and I was like, I don't fucking understand shit. So. Well,
it is right wing too, but it's not. This every prime minister has always used the same rhetoric to get the Jewish population on their side. This one, Netanyahu, maybe even more extreme than the others, but he's not any different than like Golda Meir or even some of the other people that have come before, right? And they use language like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, and they use language like, it is in our nature to defend ourselves. We have a birthright. It's like, it's very strong language, and people have likened it to Hitlerism, right? Like, my friend who is Jewish openly says they are students of Hitler. Like, that's a pretty strong statement for her to say that. She's open about it. And if you really want to examine it, like, it's kind of crazy what they do.
So, what was I going to say? I mean, it would still have to, like, if he's using that language, and like you said, they have to take a certain side or a certain rhetoric to get votes. That still means the vast majority feels that way.
Yeah, but it's always about but it's like people get brainwashed. Like, it's easy to, and this is like I had this debate with other people about religion. Like, this is why I don't like religion. I'm not saying you shouldn't be religious or anything, but it's just used as a mechanism to garner people and get them on your side so that you can go do whatever the fuck you want to do. But it's like, it's just terrible. It's just like from both sides, like to use religion as an excuse to go ahead and do this, or just to use any rhetoric to get people on the side when but nobody wants this. Okay, nobody wants this. The majority of the people don't want any of this shit. But you've convinced them that they should want it. And they have a birthright to want it. It's within their nature to want this. And if not, then how can you be part of our community? It's just like, it's wild. It's very wild. And it's like, I'm sure these things were happening during World War II and during Nazism. And now we're experiencing it too, right? And it's like, it's like, how does this happen again?
I just find it,
and it's like,
I just find it insane. It's like, before Trump, I was already on board with fake news, by the way. So those, he just made it popular. But it's just crazy how the news or the media or social media, whatever you want to call it, or, different factions of it, it just brainwashes everyone into thinking that Gaza fucked, our terrorists. I was like, well, I was trying to explain it to my wife because she goes, you've been reading about a lot. I know nothing about it. Can you tell me? I was like, well, and I was telling her about the markets. Like, oh, yeah, usually when this happens, gold does this. And she goes, I don't care about the markets. I'm like, okay. And she wants to know. Yeah. And I told her, it's like, I told her like factual dates, like this day, this happened. what is Yom Kippur, whatever. And then she goes, oh, so Gaza attacked Israel. Why don't they just split the land? I was like, I don't think it's that easy, right? Because I think they're pushing them more and more like away from Jerusalem or like they're just slowly shoving them away. And I didn't even know about the spitting part or how they like verbally abuse a shit out of everyone, including Christians.
I mean, Christians don't even have a claim to the land. Like Christians have been like quieted, right? They're like,
oh no,
this,
there's
I can't
videos
even
of them
say anything.
just visiting it, and then they'll like throw shit at them. Or there's a video of like kids and adults just walking by Palestinians or Muslims or whatever, right? And you just see them almost one by one. Some of them skipped it, but even little kids were just spitting at their feet. Like as if it was just, I'm just walking by, and once
old medieval movie, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like one spit is one thing, right? Like one person spits, like, he was just spinning, and now you're just taking it out of context. But after the fifth one, you're like, I'm kind of losing excuses here, buddy. Calm the fuck down there. So yeah, I was just like, whoa, I didn't even know this. And then,
there's some wild things. There's some like really, really wild things about it. It's like, I mean, Trevor Noah had a video that was like 2 years ago, and he actually pretty explained it well. Because it's like, depending on where you put the pin in the timeline, you'll say, oh, this is the Palestinians' fault. But then you move the pin, you're like, no, it's the Israelis' fault. And then you go back, and it's like, no, it's Palestinian. Like it keeps going and going and going. So where do you start the timeline, right? And that's the problem. It's like, okay, today it's like, no, the Palestinians attack, so they're the bad guys. But then I'm like, all right, you want to keep going because there's a whole lot of other shit that you haven't even acknowledged.
Yeah.
But I think and we're starting to see it unfold now. It's just like it's just. There's obviously artillery and money on one side, and it is an eradication of a very specific group of people, and that you can't deny that. So however you want to spin it, it's in for defense purposes. These people were in the Holocaust; they can do whatever they want. It doesn't mean you just go and eradicate your enemy, whoever they are. Like it's not how it works. It was done to you, and now you're going to go and do it to somebody else. Like how do you justify that? That's the part that really, I think sickens everybody. And that's why there is so much hate for Jewish people. Like Jewish people can't understand it. It's like people see you doing the same thing that was done to yourself, to your own people. And you can't see it. Like it's crazy. And then they have these trips like Birthright. Have you heard of the Birthright trip?
No. What is that?
You know. I don't know what this was. Again, all my friends are Jewish. And they were always talking about this Birthright trip that they all went on. They loved it, etc. So basically, the Israeli government put this program together about 20 years ago where any Jewish person from anywhere in the world can come and visit Israel. It's a trip. It's paid for. It's free. It's like, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks. Free trip. It's a cultural trip, right? So that they can go learn about their heritage, visit sites, etc., etc.
Yeah.
On the surface, it sounds perfectly fine, and I'm not saying it's insidious, but the underlying theme of it is just the name Birthright. Like, what do you know what I mean? Like, it's like this is your birthright. I don't know what they say to them on the trip. They obviously don't visit West Bank or Gaza. They don't even go anywhere near the Palestinian territories, right?
No.
And then I think they got criticism for that, and then they're like, okay, we can make that optional. But they go and they travel around. They're traveling around with the army. I don't know if they need protection or something. I don't know. It's just like it's another way of just saying like, oh, this is your homeland, and this is bringing everybody that's not even in Israel to Israel. Yeah. To ensure that people outside Israel still have the same values and the same beliefs that they're sharing with the people in Israel. Do you know what I mean? And then they have other things about like, there was another program where that you could go and work in Israel and live for free for like 2 years, something like that. Again, for foreign Jews. Then they had a law of return, which was like anybody that's married to a Jew, anybody that's descendant of a Jew, anybody that's like remotely Jewish can come to Israel, have land, have ownership, have citizenship.
What?
Yes, it's a law of return. Anybody can come. Have you?
As long as
You could be
you're-
the you. It's like
as long as you're-
somehow related. You don't even have, like you could be married to a Jewish person. You don't even have to be Jewish. You could be married to a Jewish person. You have the right to come to Israel, have land, have citizenship. You can be the grandson, the granddaughter, whatever. Parents, obviously siblings. You don't even have to have, because the whole point, like, you don't even have to have an ancestral tie to the land, but you can come and claim it because it's your, because you're Jewish. The
birthright.
Palestinians can't. You Palestinians and Christians need to stay away. It's kind of crazy. And then they
like
took
if-
Jerusalem away from them too. It's like
It's like occupied
that's
Jerusalem.
what Trump did.
If you watch the first video I sent, it's like if I was an adult there, I think I would whoop those kids' ass. Like, what are you fucking doing? Like they're throwing shit at of course I don't. It's out of context. I don't know what those. Maybe one of those girls like yelled at the kids or hit them or something. But I'm just like, what the fuck? I don't know. It was crazy.
It's just wild.
Well, there's a really cool video of like this Muslim. No, sorry, this Jewish girl. She actually went on camera, or she was interviewed, and then she goes during the attacks. Hamas broke into her house, and occupied it. And then they said, they just said, "I'm sorry," and then they were just like very respectful, is what she said. And she goes, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. We're Muslims." And she's like, "What the fuck?" And then he even asked, like, "Oh, he saw a banana on the table. And he goes, 'Can I have a banana?' And she goes, 'Sure.' And he just ate the banana. And afterwards, they just kind of like sat there for a while and they left. Oh, what is going on? There's a lot of action.
Yeah, something's happening.
Oh, the prelim. Okay. University of Michigan prelim stuff. We got really close to that major level. I thought we were going to tag it. I was trying to get short there, but I guess it's just way too short. Same thing with NQ. I thought we were going to get up there. Well, let's see. I don't really think this is real. You guys think this is a real move down?
I don't know. Like you said, it's probably a back and forth day. We opened inside yesterday.
Yeah.
It's an inside day.
I think if you are leaning short, your target is going to be like 84.75. If you're leaning short, I'm not going to touch very much today. Still kicking myself over that Euro trade yesterday. I should have just got into it. Would have been a massive.
What was it?
Short in Euro.
The 60.
So the key major level for Euro is 1.06660. Double number. And we didn't get there on Wednesday, and then Thursday overnight we wicked it, and then came down and just completely rejected the shit out of it. That was a key major level. And I think there's one more. Oh, the yen was another one. That was looking for short. Yeah, man, I don't know about this move. Russell's still selling off, huh?
Maybe the Dow reverses on its level.
Let me see.
I don't know. Is it traded above?
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad look. Let me see.
I thought potentially we were going to stop at that. I don't know if it's a line in the sand or what. I have it 43.5.
The major?
Russell. I think that's.
Oh, you're talking about Russell.
Give me 1
It was
second.
just a soft line in the sand or a target or something.
That's an interesting look in the Dow. I think for me, it's not 100% set up. Is it? Yeah, it's not 100% set up. 43.5. 43.5 is just the week's open, Harvey.
Oh, was it?
No. I'm not saying it's not significant. I'm just saying it's not a level, major level.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's yellow. I have it. It's not blue, so I know that doesn't matter to you guys.
Yeah, I was like, what is it?
Blue is more important than yellow, so there you go. Color code your shit. I've actually started to label my shit.
I color code it.
No, color coding helps a lot.
Yeah, color coding, labeling. Like I put, you know how you were like, oh, the mid of this.
Mm-hmm.
I found a real crafty way of doing that, so you don't have to fuck around with the fib or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You just put some text in there, center it. There it is.
Show us.
What do you mean? Show you?
Show us a screenshot of what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Rain, what you said? Sorry, what is it? What is what? The number of what?
I think he was talking about the Michigan sentiment.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Rain. You gotta at me, or you gotta at me, or you gotta at someone, because I'm not staring at it as often as I used to. Not until I get the other.
And you can easily text, or sorry, you just click on.
Oh,
the
I
text,
see.
And then
Oh,
it actually.
Oh, that's a nice way to level, you know?
Yeah, and then you can write your notes in there as well, and it's you don't have to mess around with the fucking redoing the whole thing, right? Or like taking another step, kind of. Maybe.
That was the
Say if you. Sorry.
That was the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. Came out. It was 5.1 points lower than previous, and about 4.2 lower than forecasted. I don't really put weight on it. I mean, it gives you volatility. I don't think it changes anything. But yeah. Like, yeah, some things I put weight on, some things I don't. I don't put weight on that. Like, if you were short biased, it's just going to make you get into profit a lot sooner. If you're long biased, it's going to stop you out sooner. I don't think there are many gaps in that move down, anyways, and they did fill that gap. So, yeah, no trades for me today. I took one overnight, but nothing really panned out.
I'm already on to next week.
Yeah, there's
news is already light until like say Thursday, and you've got fucking Powell speaking at noon.
Yeah.
I'm probably
When, on Thursday?
Yeah, I think they kind of do this light news thing to let the earnings do their thing. That would kind
Are the Fed notes coming out or something? Or no? I don't have
I
to
would
look
have
up.
to
they
check.
come out like last or Wednesday or something, didn't they? Minutes?
Oh, they already came out.
Yeah, I think they came out on Wednesday.
Oh,
I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's. And to be honest, guys, I don't even look at the. You know how everybody has this the red, orange, and yellow. I don't even really look at those. I actually read them. Some of the news, I don't think they put the red flag on correctly. I guess.
what do you mean?
Well, I mean, like certain things that are happening overseas. I don't know if this what I'm looking at is an American or what. Forex factory, so I have no idea. But it seems to be
Yeah.
driven by.
No, they should. They put the flag there. Well, you know what website are you looking at? Forex Factory, you said?
Yeah.
I think I moved to a
So, like,
different one.
If you just go to like say Wednesday, October 18th, I don't know if this is a fuck up or not, but the first thing is at 2 a.m. Great Britain has a CPI year over year. It's important.
You're talking about
that they have. Sorry.
You're talking about for next week?
Yeah, the 18th.
Okay.
It's just that I rolled down and I got to this point. It's nothing really. So Great Britain is going to at 2 a.m. going to put out a CPI year over year. They're calling that red. It's important. Right underneath that,
Mhm.
they have core CPI year over year, and it's a yellow. It's not important. Right, and then you've got PPI output, input, month over month, and they're not important. I don't know. That's kind of up for debate, isn't it?
Wait, what day is it? It's next week, you said?
18th, yeah, the 18th of October.
Okay.
You know, and then you've got at 5 a.m. You got the Euro final core CPI year over year, and it's not red at all. It's yellow.
Let me
And so
check.
what makes what's that?
That's how I'm gonna look at it too. But let me say something
Yeah,
real
it's
quick
just I
before.
just don't think that it's. I think it's kind of American driven, like because they're like, oh, look at this, USA building permits are orange.
Yeah, it might be biased towards because it's
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all.
American view. No.
Before we move on to the news, Chow, we actually it was my fault. I saw the lines wrong. during the Gold Open, we actually did go to the ceiling already and rejected it. So it played that. So you're not really playing 1928.1. You're playing the high, the day's high now. So just FY. All right, let me go look at this real quick.
I guess all I'm trying to say is that you can't just go off these red and orange and all the rest of it, because it's somebody else's idea
Yeah.
of it, right? Like, it's like right now, I would say crude oil inventories are far more important than they were 6 months ago, right? But they're still going to be reading orange because that's what their whatever is built to punch out, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like
Like a natural
programmed
gas
to say that.
storage.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So natural gas storage, the closer we get to winter, I'm going to say it's going to have more impact than it would have like in the middle, well, in the spring, I suppose, right?
I think
I guess all I'm saying is be careful with this red and green shit or red and yellow and orange and thinking that that's, like you were discussing before, that the important news doesn't, just because it has a red thing doesn't mean it's important. Just because it doesn't have a red thing doesn't mean it's not important.
I think you're right,
gotta
but
take
it's going to be Thursday's game.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I wasn't saying Wednesday. I just scrolled down.
No,
and
you said
found that
Thursday.
CPI.
You said Thursday is the
Oh,
most
yeah,
important
Thursday.
day. Yeah,
well,
I agree with you.
because Powell, right? Yeah, Powell.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Goddamn bastard.
I'm leaning.
But it's pretty interesting though, because right before that, they're going to have the unemployment claims at 8:30 in the morning. So they're gonna, who knows, push it down to, and then Powell push it back up with his jargon, right? So you got to remember these unemployment claims are coming from September, right? Is that right? Yeah, September. So they'd be coming from September. So think of seasonality as well, like all the farmers, everybody that's got a summer job or whatever and going back to school, you know what I mean? Like all that kind of stuff, that's going to change that time frame of the unemployment thing.
Right.
Oh man, we're just not high enough for me to want to short this before. I'm not shorting it now, but I'm just saying I wanted to get much, much, much higher.
Deep question, Rain. Immigration. Don't know if they have. I'll have to look into that. Because immigration, yes, would directly reflect employment, because the bottom line of the whole thing is that any country that has room wants to immigrate people. For what reason? Not to fill up space, but to get more taxes, right? Which come from jobs, which come from spending, which come from all the rest of it, right? So that's a circular one. I don't know if they have, like, is there an immigration news that they have, like immigration numbers? Is that GDP? No, that's domestic product.
No.
Right? Like,
I don't even know where that's tracked, but it's got to be something.
you know what I mean? Like, what is our influx? Well, I'll say U.S. influx of. Is it plus 2% or is it minus 2%? I don't even fucking know. That's an interesting question. Actually, yeah, that's an interesting question. And then what season is the majority of immigration occurring, if there is such a thing? Let's just use the government, because government's fucked and they're always on a stupid fuck up schedule. Like, is January when they approve the immigration process, like, of many, or is there an influx of applicants, at a sense? And then you've got this Don't get retro started, but this illegal immigration thing.
By the way,
mean,
I would
like,
welcome
it's like
refugees.
it's
I would
it's
welcome
well, it's just it's
refugees are welcome.
untrackable almost. Well, you know what I mean? It's untrackable though. Like, and then they're actually, you know, I'm kind of side with you here a bit, but they're against what the government wants, obviously, because they're not getting their taxes, right? Like that's the point. I always said this. Al
I know,
Capone
that's
would
the
not be
other
in jail
thing.
if he had just given them their cut
He paid his
of the
taxes.
they would have let him go, man. They wouldn't have even said shit. They would have been like, "Thank you very much. Fuck you and go. Do what you got to do for another whatever years, right? Until the masses got sick and tired of it, right? That could be what's happening over in you know, Palestine and Israel.
Taxes?
Do they pay taxes?
No, not taxes. They just get sick and tired of it, right? Eventually, they get
Oh,
sick
yeah.
and they get pushed over the edge, right? Like that's the
Yeah, it
that's
is.
what I
They
was
got
getting
pushed
at
over
there,
the
not
edge.
taxes.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, yeah, like you know, you can only get your shoes spit on how many times before you get kind of pissed
Yeah,
off.
before you're like, fuck this. Yeah.
Fuck this, man. Yeah, exactly.
Twice.
Twice.
I don't give fucking people
Once,
three
once they go
It's
strikes.
off
only
the stage,
two.
the second time it's fighting.
Yeah.
It's on.
2 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, I'm not giving you 3 spits. The hell? First one is like, hey man, what the hell? Second one's like, all right, that was intentional. Let's duke it out.
Yeah, right. One was a mistake. True though.
Anyone get any good trades?
Nope.
Anyone even traded? I didn't trade.
I don't want to talk about it.
Really?
Oh, big man.
What happened?
Oh, no. Are
I
you
was
going to
trying
pull
to
a red pie?
I was trying to get short all morning, and it just didn't work out. But I will say, like it was planned. I don't think I did anything wrong.
What level were you trying to get short?
Product as well. Yeah, yes, or
Yeah, I was trying it in ES, but I was watching bonds in Q and ES. Tried getting short when NQ was coming up to its major level, which might not even be a major level, and I just have it mismarked at 15.316 in pre-market.
Yeah, that's a major level.
Tried getting short then because we had bonds roll over at its level.
What time?
A little bit before that, and then tried getting
Pre-market.
short. Do it,
You said pre-market, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
and then I think I tried once after the open, which I guess was not necessarily at a level anymore. I have a level in Q where we were at, but
Mhm.
it wasn't like a major level, and it
Can I-
was no level in ES.
Can I ask you, when you said you were trying to get short because bonds were rolling, when did bonds roll?
At I mean, they put in their high at 8:30, but you're talking about like when it had the actual reversal signal.
Yeah, like when you said you were trying to get short in NQ at that major level, which, and then you try to get short at what, 8:30?
Yeah,
Okay. So let's just
or
look at this.
a little bit after that. Let me find out real quick.
Okay. So let's just look at this real quick.
8:40.
That's Eastern, right?
Sorry. Yeah, 8:48 Eastern, so 7:48 Central.
All right. So in this area, right? I don't see
Yeah.
any price action to get short. I'm sure you can find it if we drop down to a 5-second.
I did. No, it was not
on a
good
5-second.
Yeah, if you look at my journal, I admit that there was not good
Okay.
price action.
Yeah. Again, really would like, even for Chia, is like, hey, stop looking at 5 seconds. You know, like 5 seconds just to confirm an entry, and not for you to take the entry. You really want to look at even like, you know, it depends on your drawdown that you want. So let's just use, you know, here, let's just do this exercise. Let's just say you want to take this price action short, right? This is a really shitty, you know, move down, but this is decent, right? Let's just say you want to take this short, and this with this pullback, let's just say you get short there, not at the tippy top or not the very high. This is on NQ a 24.5 point drawdown. Now, you could say, you know, if it works, it's 24. You know, if it doesn't work, it's 24.5, and you're like, that's way too much for me. Then you're just like, okay, well, let me just drop down to say a 15 second and look at something very similar. So this is similar. This breaks it. All right, so let's go ahead and look at that again. And again, we're not looking at the very, you know, tip of this, but this is still a 24.5% drawdown. So 15, 30 seconds is not a very big difference. You jump down to 5 seconds. Even on this big move during the volatility, you're still going to experience a high drawdown, right? Again, we're not taking the top, but let's just say right there, that's still 23. Now, my point is, you absolutely do want to base your time frame on your time frame, your trade, as in your drawdown, but you have to be very careful if you drop down to a 5 second, because look at all this crap that you have to deal with, right? And I know you said that you saw nothing, but I'd much rather look at something like this even on a 1 minute, actually. You know, I know we've talked about this, but even on 1 minute, after this cracks down, right? Then for the pullback, I'm looking at this area, let's just say, right around here, maybe a little bit lower, maybe there, right? To get short, even though you did get some whatever, some drawdown, it's okay. So much rather do that. Go to this area, and then you can see on a 5 second there is this drawdown or this break. And then here's your retest to get short. Now, it didn't work out. I mean, you would have been able to risk mitigate, but at least your stops are a little bit smaller, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, just be very careful. I know we've talked about this before, but just be very careful with 5 seconds. Even 30 seconds is bullshit sometimes. But with 5 seconds, you're always going to get some kind of indication of, you know, structure or anything breaking, right? Or price action. So you just got to be careful. Like right here, this is 30 seconds. You have one right here, right? And you got to be careful with that. Yeah, so just be careful with that. I think this was the better take, by the way, than this initial push up and down. So if anything, I would say you should have looked in this area. Anyhow, yeah. Just be careful, Damon.
Yeah, in that first area, like after open, I also tried. We didn't really get the price action in ES, but we did in the NQ, which is what I was trying to get short in NQ at that point.
Yeah.
But it kept running. So which indicated that it was the weaker one and ES was the stronger one at that time. So I ended up taking it in ES because I was able to have somewhat of acceptable risk, but it was still a pretty big stop for me. I ended up getting short at 98 at 8:37 Central. With stop at high a day. It's like ES didn't actually give the price action, but I was hoping it was going to follow along with NQ.
Good. It's a back and forth day, which means they're probably a little bit less correlated than you think. Gold is actually at least on this upper range. So you can actually look at this if you want to. I'm still deciding if it's a good take. I have like, I don't know, 4 out of 5 duck lists checked. Um, I actually want this to get a little bit higher, maybe to like 30.7, 1930.7, before engaging.
And you're trying to go short gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would never want to break out.
Let me just double check something real quick.
Yeah, as per the conversation that's happening right now, Fat Cat actually put up a thing way up at the top of his thing, why he thought that dump happened at 1.
Mm-hmm. Today or yesterday?
No,
Yesterday is a 30-year auction.
it was the 30-year auction, right? And he was
Yeah.
well, he was saying that he thought it would have been the range. It's all about the range stacks. Range stacks get swept. And the higher time frame had the NQES more than that. It is major fucking, I don't know, blah blah. Some you'd have to read it yourself.
I probably won't.
Yeah, I'm not reading.
Basically, well, no, but basically he was saying there was nothing to do with that, right? It was just all price action. Had nothing to do with the bond auction.
No, bond auction absolutely had it. The bond auction moves the market when it's very significant. Not every auction is going to move the market. Yeah, just like any other need. Like you could say CPI doesn't move it. Like it's the same argument. So yeah, you should look at the bond auctions. I mean, you guys could start tracking it out, but you can see the price action usually right before it. It's easier to catch it because people don't pay attention to it, like the CPI and things like that. But you kind of see, no one's bidding up the market right beforehand because they don't know. It kind of goes into like a sideways motion for a little bit, and it's only maybe even like 5, 10 minutes, 20 minutes beforehand because it's just like, okay, fingers off. Let's see what happens, and then boom, right? But some people do start selling into it, or whichever way it's going to go right beforehand. But the 30-year is a very significant auction. Like it's not like the 10-year or the 20-year. Like they're all important, but the 30 is like a what do you call it? Like a hallmark auction. Like I don't know what you want to call it, but like
that's where you get your yield curve.
Like a crown auction. It's the far end. It's the far end of the curve, right? There's nothing further than the 30-year on the curve. So it's a huge data point.
And that's again what I was kind of getting at with the so on Tuesday on the 17th of October, see how it's not going to be as important, but Great Britain has their 30-year auction.
Oh yeah, nobody gives a shit. I mean, people care, but it's not going to be like a massive move unless something significant was happening in their markets that we need to pay attention to. Do you know what I mean? Like if there was like,
right?
Yeah.
What day, Harvey?
Like
said?
It's the 17th is what I got.
Oh,
But it
okay.
says tentative, so I'm not sure what the fuck that means. Well, I do understand what that means, but I mean, I don't know, right?
But I
Then
think
the
it's
next day
important.
they
It's
have,
like you can track it as like a
current
macro
tenure.
backdrop. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like what's
exactly,
happening in
exactly. Like,
Europe,
the
what's
whole
happening in
picture,
their
like,
bond market
well,
relative
some
to
people are
our bond
so
market.
yeah, some people are so close-sighted though that they don't understand. Like the overnight drift is a thing. Like this
Yeah.
London or Asian session is actually a big part of the whole fucking global look of the thing, right? So
What do you mean
and
by
then they have all
amount?
these
I don't look at the
conflicts, right?
amounts. Marina, I just pay attention to the 16th is Jackson. What are you talking about? 16. So the 16th is a 3-year, 10-year, 30. Wait, I thought the 30-year was yesterday.
Was
So then what's 10, 16, 30-year? What is this?
yesterday was the offering, I believe, or the announcement, or hold on.
New bills issued for the
No,
quote. I
there's
don't know what
if you
this
look at
date.
if you look at the thing that I posted, there's actually two different. There's the tendered and the accepted, but there's also competitive, non-competitive, right? So competitive actually closes on that timeline that you said, or whatever they post. Non-competitive closes beforehand, an hour beforehand.
So the announcement is yesterday, or was yesterday,
Okay.
and the auction
Yeah.
date is on the 16th, and issuing date is on the 19th.
Oh, that's just like when it goes into effect
Yeah,
or whatever.
but
Yeah.
most people know by then what's happening.
Like,
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
if you look here, issue date the 16th, right? What does it say?
Like it goes live.
Is
I'll be right back, guys.
released, right? So released on the 12th, issue date
Yeah.
16th. So that's when
Yeah.
they actually like,
Give it to you.
yeah, the bond actually takes, yeah, it starts or whatever. You know what I mean? And then it
Right.
matures.
Yeah, a year later
Well,
or whatever this is. Not
30 years.
a
This
full
was the
year,
30.
but
This is the 30-year, right? So it's
oh
really quite
yeah, this is a
funny
30
because
year.
it's not
Yeah.
30 years, it's 29 years and 10 months. I don't know what significance
Yeah.
that makes, but I mean, they do everything for a fucked up reason.
Right.
Yeah, I posted this picture up at the top there. It was kind of like my troll to them because if you don't know what the fuck you're looking at, you're just looking at it going, "What?" That's like an SEC filing page. You just go, "What the fuck?" And then if you've ever read any law books or anything, you get 3 paragraphs in and you're done. You're like, "What the fuck did I just read? I don't even know what I read." That's the SEC filings are like that. You're just like, "What the fuck?" But once you get the hang of them, you can scan them quickly and figure out what's important and what's not.
Yeah. They're not too bad. But yeah, you just have to know the areas to look at.
What gets me how, like, out of nowhere, like, say when Fat Cat starts streaming, all of a sudden there's like a whole handful of people that I've never seen before, and they all show up. It's like, I don't know, like, what does he post it on Twitter or whatever? Same with this coding thing. Like the Ahmed, I've seen him, but Fun Bun and the mustache guy, how do they find out about this shit? And then what? I don't get it. Because when Fat Cat streams, there's like 30, 40 people that come, and it's like almost instantly too. Like it's like within minutes, they're and you're like, what? Where? Never even
They're
seen
all
this
show up.
before.
Hello.
But I mean, and it's funny because there's always usually this is a pretty I would say an active what do you call it, Discord, I guess, Discord room with the way that they what do you call it, the streaming or whatever. So the little streaming icon is kind of on all the time, so it's not like that just lights up and everybody's like, oh, I better get over there because Fat Cat's streaming. Like it's not like that.
They must just have. Oh, they could have alerts. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Well, there's Timmy. Hi, Timmy. Good morning. You late,
Good.
motherfucker?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
I'm
to
not
work
gonna be
all
nice
day.
about it.
Yeah, you have to. I have to. I have still to work.
No, well, we'll tell them to fuck off. That's my
I
cool
guess
job.
I guess you're retired, man. I'm not. I still have to earn a living.
Yeah. Okay. So Timmy, what's the 10-year German bond auction gonna bring us? What's going on with that? The table is yours.
The bond auctions, the fucking government has to pay up, right? Lacking buyers, indicating weak bond market. That's why they are all short those fucking hedgies, right? Shorting the bonds.
Right,
Yeah.
they want to short the German bond.
Or the German bond. They are probably short all the bonds, whatever. But I believe I've just read yesterday that the U.S. Treasury market is shorted to the highest degree or level since inception.
What is there what ticker do I look at for the German bond? Activision's still halted. Crazy.
Yeah.
German
DE30.
B is in Britain.
DV Dora or Delta or
BD Brian Davis. 13. Is that what you said?
30.
How about you? Brian Davis. Oh, I got nothing. Did I type it in or something? No.
I normally don't look at it. I normally look at the euro,
Video.
but
Just the euro.
you can also look at I don't know the DAX, but there's a lot you can look at.
Looking at this, I'm probably too late for anything, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But going back to what you were saying, Harvey, I'm not exactly sure what your point was with Fat Cat's comment, but I'm not surprised. I mean, people just, specifically some people are just really set in their ways.
I don't make a point a lot. But I mean, yeah, it's just another way to look at it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he saw it as he saw it as a price action. The way it was stacking.
Yeah.
But
for
I mean,
me,
I guess if you have a wider macro view of it, I hate using the word, but you could almost assume that this auction, I don't know, they just haven't come out of the hole enough for this to, for them to have a positive auction. For them,
Yeah.
to me, the auction would start the ball rolling. right? You'd have
Mhm.
dealers that now could have product to offload, right? Because they get the first crack at it. I don't get a crack at it. That's like these offerings that you get in small cap world. People are like, oh, there's an offering, and they're offering the stock for $10, but the stock is $20 right now. Well, you don't get to take part of that, right? Like that's for bigger players, and they buy millions of dollars worth of it at $10, so they can sell it to you for 18 or whatever, or 22 or whatever, right? It doesn't really like that's how they make part of their money, right? Is by getting a discount. It's like that's like a realtor, right? Like they get the first crack at things, so they get the best price, right?
I'm not sure what
I
this
wasn't
has.
invited to no fucking auction, that's for sure.
What
And
does that
nor
have to
did
do
I
with
have
Fat
48
Cat?
million. Oh, because he said that the drop was due to his price action, not to do with well, he doesn't even really realize that the bond auction. I was actually talking to him this morning, and he goes, "What was that drop at 10 o'clock all about?
Oh, he said
Does
that.
this always happen at the top?" Yeah, he asked me, "Does this happen at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock? Does this happen all the time?" And I said, "No, it was news." And then I pointed to the Michigan News to him, and he's like, "Oh, okay." Right? I don't know.
Yeah, I read his post this morning in bed.
His
He
Twitter
probably
post?
his YouTube Discord YouTube
Oh,
link.
I didn't see it. I'll put it this way. Two things, right? Harvey, one, I've known Fat Cat for a long time. It takes him years and years and years to then listen to what you have to say.
Yeah.
You know,
And then
like,
sometimes what you said has to be spoken by somebody else's words
yes.
for him to then listen to correlation.
Well, I mean, correlation is just an example of it, but, you
Oh,
know,
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm using it, because
yeah,
you've been telling him that for 3-4 years or something, and finally,
it's like, oh,
you know,
yeah,
he looks at 3 markets now instead of just one.
yeah. And, and also it's like, I don't know why you know, I'm not saying that, you know, you're not qualified or something. It's like, he's not asking like the room. He's just, I don't know. Like to me, it's kind of like weird. It's like, wait, you know, why don't you just, because he only goes to you at all times to
Oh, no,
ask
no,
these
no, no,
things.
no, 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 not at all, not at all. I was already talking to him.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't like the first conversation out of the box with him.
Oh, okay, because you were talking to okay.
I
But
was
like,
already talking to him. Yeah, no,
okay,
absolutely. I was already talking to him for 30-40 minutes by that point,
okay.
right?
So
So
another
yeah, like it
thing,
wasn't that, and it just happened to be there, right, at the right time, I suppose.
okay. Another thing that, you know, I want to bring up, what he's doing is actually sometimes a very, very good thing. You shut out the noise and you trade your setup. If you're profitable, you don't need, and even if you aren't profitable, I mean, sorry, you know, it doesn't, the profitability doesn't really matter as much, but there are some people, and it serves them well to just lock themselves in a room and just trade their style, regardless of whatever that's.
Right? Yeah, like
Isn't,
exactly. I don't want to go start exploring ITC and let my mind wander onto his concepts and put a backseat to my concepts that potentially work for me.
yeah, or like screw you over in some way or whatever. Yeah. So it's not a bad thing what he's doing in my
And
eyes.
on the other hand of it too, you can always say, you know, people are negative in a roundabout way. People are all, you know, typically are negative people, right? So they'd rather find a reason for it not to work than a reason for it to work.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd be like, "Oh, that trade didn't work because I listened to ICT, or I was doing this, or I was doing that." Had nothing to do with anything else. It was because they would like, it's like a reverse, right? Like it's like, well, that didn't help. It actually hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it doesn't always have to hurt for it not to work. Let's just say, right? Again, get back with your system and keep it Keep your system straight.
Yep. Keep it simple.
Be like
stupid.
anybody's. Well, I mean, like any job that you had, any job. Let's say you make pizzas. Well, you don't put the pepperoni on before you put the dough on the pan. Like, you know what I mean? The pepperoni doesn't go on the bottom, right? There's a process to it. You put the dough on the bottom, you know what I mean? And you go through it. Stick to
Little
that
bit-
process because you'll make a fucked up pizza if you don't.
So
I mean-
it's good sometimes that he just shuts people out and like, I don't care. Like I tried talking to him before. Hey, this happens, that happens. He goes, I don't care. Like he shuts it out, and it's like, all right, man. You know, like I won't say anything else. No, it's truly. It's like okay, I get it. Like completely get.
How.
I completely get that.
No, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, exactly. Don't disrupt my
My flow right now.
thought process. Yeah, my flow, my thought process, my process.
Yep.
Right? Because it works. If it, and then I think that's one of the biggest problems with the trading is that people have trouble finding something that works. And then when they do, it's the grass is always greener. Or the illusion of the grass is always greener. So they're always looking for more because like you look at this market and I on a daily basis, to be honest, one of my faults is that I'm like, holy fuck, I missed a lot of money. There's a ton of money here and it's just walking on by every single day and it kind of starts to bother me. And like let's just try and get a little wee piece of it would be more like the right mindset, not the $60,000 a day that could come in if you try and catch every single fucking flick and tick of the moves, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, his process is fine. I think it's a good thing. Like he shuts people out.
From a technical perspective, yesterday, I mean, half an hour before the move, quite a bit of sellers coming in, but price not really moving anywhere. So he probably
Right.
had a good idea that the
thingy?
puke was imminent. On the gag thingy, you had, I don't remember actually. I closed my trade at that time and didn't enter anything else.
It was a very boring day.
What are you talking about? Selling off now.
Was
Just
it?
as you say that.
I think we're gonna sell off 10 more points at least.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't
F6.
really get a location for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, it was just in the Dow. And it was
But gold and Dixie are moving up together.
Dixie is such a good name.
whistling.
That's Harvey coining all these tunes.
Even the not getting filled thing is getting really
Yeah.
bad. Not because you didn't get
Yeah.
filled, and not because you missed your trade per se. It's more so you probably getting affected by it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you mean like it getting in my head?
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely gets in my head a lot.
So
Especially
when you say
when-
you didn't get filled, what do you mean? What are you doing? You're putting in a limit order?
yeah, and it'll be like a tick or two from where we pulled back to, like further than where we pulled back to.
Uh-huh.
Okay, wait, hold on. They meant not getting filled and not the price not getting to your entry point is very different.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting filled is
Yeah. Not getting filled is like the market literally didn't fill you when it was there.
yeah. So which
Well,
one is it?
You're placing limit orders and the market never trades to your limit order, which means if you have a very high conviction trade, you should mark it in. I mark it in many times. I probably mark it in more than I do limit orders. I'm also trading a sim account on futures. On futures, I trade a sim account. My equities, I put in limit orders because I pretty much know where it's going to be. But many times I just mark it in because I'm like, I know the move, or I have a very good idea of what's coming, and so I just want to be in the position. So you may have to play around with market orders, like if
bigger stop to do that. Like I put the limit order in where I think is a good pullback point, but I'm able to. I don't always do it correctly, but I'm able to size around that. If I mark it in, that's a bigger stop, and it's usually going to be substantially bigger than I'm prepared for.
Okay, right.
I get what you're saying though. Harvey's kind of told me to do the same thing before.
Because some moves are so fast, you're not going to be able to limit into it, and then you're chasing, and that's even worse. Like, don't chase, right? But you don't get pullbacks. Like the market's not going to always just magically pull back and do that perfect pattern of pullback to give you an entry. And sometimes you have to mark it in to get the position. But I think it's something you got to play. You have to play around with it because I don't really know exactly what you're doing, but you yourself will need to sort of understand how you can do a market order, and not change your stops though. Like I have a philosophy of not really changing my stop because the way I trade, I have seen over time. Anytime I move my stop, it has over time worked against me. Right? Because you wouldn't have seen it over and over and over again for like months at a time, like 6 months. You're like, okay, stop moving the fucking stop, right? You know what I mean? Because you play around with it. So this might be just something, because I think one part is, analyzing the market, seeing, okay, this is probably a good area to enter for a sell-off or an area to go long. That's one thing. Then the other piece is obviously the trade management. And even with the trade management, you have to go through many different scenarios of, the length of your stop and the length of your profit taking and how you scale in, scale out, or if you don't, all of those mechanics, you need to spend time figuring that out. Because if you have a pretty good handle of the market analysis, you do, because I don't think you're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. The other part, the management of the trade, is actually what's very difficult. And it's individualistic, because I can't tell you how to do it. It's something you're going to have to figure out on your own. And this is why I sim trade ES, because I'm like, I am trying to really get to a sweet spot of how to manage my trade, right? So for a long time, I was moving my stops thinking I was better at managing it. And then, you go over 6 months of data, you're like, no, this has actually hurt me. Because in the long run, if I kept my stop where it was, I would have netted fewer losses, right?
When you say move your stop, you mean trail it?
Not trail it, meaning make it wider. Move it. Okay. Like what Bayman is saying, like he widens his stop if he's going to market in. Versus a limit order, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm good at, or I believe I'm fairly good at not moving my stop, compared to most people. I think. I don't think that's a problem I have. Kind of actually. I don't really move it, but I might initially choose to put it somewhere closer. Like I know you know this, but how Zero kind of is all about putting it at high of day or low of day, even if that means it being 8 points or whatever.
Mhm.
Yes, I will sometimes pick a pivot that is not that important as high of day or low of day. So I guess that does qualify as kind of moving my stop. It's not putting my stop in the right place to begin with, I guess.
I think it's like you have to have a rigid formula. However you're placing your stop, whatever methodology, don't change it. Whether it's a limit order or market order, don't change it. Just try that and see if that works for you. And again, you're going to need like months of data to see if it's going to work. Like that's why it takes so long to do this. But I think you have to keep things rigid to see if it works in the long run. So again, I'm not sure how you're analyzing the stop and where to put it. If it's a pivot, if it's this or that, but you need to get to a point where that becomes fixed in some respects, right? And then once you've nailed that portion of it, then you're like, okay, now I can figure out how to trail it, for example, because that's going to be a different mechanic that you'll have to learn. And then how do you take profit? That's a different mechanic. All these things have to be partitioned, I think. Like laser focus on it's just the stop. It's just the stop. It's just the stop. That's what I'm trying to optimize right now. I don't know. It might be a way to help. I'm not sure.
Something I've messed around with, but not done it long enough to have any confidence with. I feel like just psychologically, if I were to start scaling in rather than just going all in at the best possible price or like pivot point where I expect the pullback to get to, and maybe scale in half a point before that, or like half, like 4 ticks below that, and then put the other half on. If price ends up blowing past my where I thought that pivot would be, that would I'd still be able to be in the trade. I might not have the same amount of size on if it runs, but at least I'd still be able to keep my stop as big as it was meant to be. I don't know. I think I might start doing that because the missing the trades does really bother me and get in my head. So I think I would rather be in with half size and at least feel like I did
Participate.
my job. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I might start doing that. I don't know.
Yeah, that might be better because if it's, you have to figure out what's like your pain point, like what really like, gets you going and gets your emotions riled up. And if it's just like FOMO for me, I don't care. Like it's not a thing. But I think I've trained myself not to be in that mindset anymore, right? So you kind of have to figure out what mechanics can help you move away from that emotional state. And maybe, just getting some size into the game is better than none for you.
Looks like it's breaking to the downside.
Yeah.
Thank you, Retro. I'm going to go get some breakfast.
Okay.
It's one of the patterns here
Ceiling's
that
closed.
actually works.
Oh, fuck. Guess who just hit a home run?
You did?
No.
Fat Cat?
Yep.
Is he streaming?
Fuck. No. I'm gonna estimate that he got 60 ticks.
No,
He got
Jesus,
60 ticks on like, what's that, Retro?
size. No, that's
Yeah.
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 Can we talk about that? Is it reasonable to only get 3K if you're risking 12 lots? I'm really curious about your answer now.
It's only
Uh,
risking 6 ticks.
Uh,
I don't know.
I think that's when you see a certain play, you leverage up, right? Like you see a certain setup, you just go for it, kind of thing.
your A setup, perhaps.
What's 60
I mean,
ticks? 15 points?
12 lots and only 3K. I don't know. That seems.
Yeah, look at that, eh? 59 ticks. That's almost
Nice.
exactly. I can just see it on the chart, and I know that he definitely doesn't get what Zero gets.
You mean he did?
What do you mean by that?
Well, he doesn't get your entry. That's what I mean. Like
His entries are better than mine.
but he's also like short in the hole, almost, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he's not catching it prior to the move, or
Yeah.
he's not anticipating the move as much as like Zero is able to. I think is maybe what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, exactly. I like that. That's the way I like to trade. Is I like to try and catch the pivot, basically, right? And
Yeah, I need to be prepared because I think I can't just like react on the spot.
But he only does risk 6 ticks, so it's an insane amount of risk to reward.
That is true.
Whereas I'm risking what 3 points to make 19 points or something like that. So, like yesterday, I think I risked 3 points to make 19 points. Let me see. Let me read my journal.
And how does Fat Cat take his profit?
Volatility based, I think. Momentum based,
um,
I think.
scale.
So like when it
and I
stops.
haven't. Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I have a list of questions that I never got to ask because the Q&A that I wanted to do, which we did do, he ended up making it public, and I didn't want to make it public. So at the same token, I didn't want to ask the really good questions.
Right. Yeah.
So
Oh, I risked
We can have
6.5 points to make 3R basically.
I can see
Yeah.
the chart, and I'm betting you money there's a low volume node there.
Where he entered or where he
where he exits.
exits.
Like he'll
Oh,
probably
shit.
he would have taken this. He would have taken this big volume area from top to bottom. Is basically, and John would probably have a screenshot of it.
Yeah, post a
He probably
screenshot
would
because
have
I don't know what
taken
you're talking about.
I don't have it all set up, John. You do.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, like I could set it up, but I mean,
I'll be back.
Let me set it up.
No, it's fine. You don't need to.
Won't take but a minute. Where do I gotta do?
You don't have to do it. It's fine. I can visualize what
No,
you're
I have
saying.
I have it set up. Yeah, okay. Set up. I should look at it anyway because I've always had a hard time with this volume profile thing. It's just I don't know. I can't pinpoint anything with it. I can see it after the fact, but I can't. I don't know. I can't use it in real time. So that's just me. But I can sure shit in after the fact. VP. visible. What the fuck?
Is anybody trading these options ETFs?
Which ones? What do you mean?
Wait, I give you a ticker. Global. RYLD should be the ticker. Nope. Why is it not working? QYLD? Oh, I'm a bit wrong.
Timmy, quick question.
Yeah.
You live in Germany, correct?
I do.
Hold on. I'm gonna find something. Where this store is located, because I'm about to order something from here. Hold on. Oh, okay. How far are you in East or West Germany?
I'm West Germany at the border to Netherlands.
Okay.
Are you ordering something from East Germany?
From Berlin.
Okay. That's okay.
Maybe it's the website.
What are you ordering?
Some crystal meth.
Oh, nice.
Here ice.
Timmy will be your carrier
Oh, great.
as long as you pay him.
Let's see. The website looks as if it's from 2008, and I've searched and people have good things to say about it, but I'm always skeptical if a website looks as if it's from 2008.
Well, post it. Maybe I know it.
Hey, Timmy, did GEX turn around? Like,
Nope, we just hit major negative. That's where you can expect a reaction. Pretty sure we're gonna hit SPX 25 looking at this.
As are we going to order?
Why are you
Wow.
buying a GPU from Germany and not
They
from...
don't sell this version in the US. There's no server grade. There are no stock server grade 4090 GPUs.
Oh, it's
And this is server grade. I don't want to go through the process of water blocking my own.
Why?
And if this comes in, what?
Why not?
Because they're using an AlphaCool water block on this. The AlphaCool only fits an NO3D PCB. And NO3Ds are only available in Europe. They're not available in the US. Therefore, to complete the build that I desire, I either need to order an NO3D and then water block it myself, or order this at $1,900, which is cheaper than it would cost me to water block my own, to have server quality or server quality / size cards, since I want to purchase potentially 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, okay. Well, to be honest, I don't know the shop though. Let me have a look if I can find one more reputable, maybe. I don't know if that shop is reputable, to be honest. So it seems that
The
way.
only complaint I've seen on Reddit is the shipping is slow.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, it's a special card you're looking for here, I see.
Yeah, it's really what's special is it's a 1-slot card and it's only 200 millimeters long versus the standard cards are going to be at a minimum 320 millimeters and 3.5 to 4 slots.
What kind of pump are you looking at? D6?
It depends on the pump. It depends on the size of the build I'm going to be doing. If I end up doing sub, where, hold on, I have a couple links courtesy of Reddit. Because I need to do a mini ATX. If I only do one card, I'm going to do a mini ATX build, and if I do pretty much a full-blown deep learning / large language model machine, I'm just going to do a standard tower.
Yeah, you should probably go 2 reds, to be honest, if you go 4 GPUs. I guess you're going CPU as well, right? Provided.
Yes. But if I wouldn't be surprised if I do one small form factor build and then one tower. Small form factor build more or less for shits and giggles and make it far more complicated than necessary because it's kind of a fun project.
Yeah.
I could do a sub 11 liter build with this, and this would be fucking tiny with a 4090 and a 7950 X3D in it.
I mean, it depends. Do you want to move it? Or is it just aesthetics?
That's what I'm trying to decide because, it's quite possible I'm starting to become a bit anxious in Denver that I'm going to head back over to Europe in December to maybe February or something. December to, if I can receive an extended visa in Copenhagen or Spain, then I would remain in Europe probably for 6 to 8 months. But I initially was going to go out and purchase yesterday or order an M2 Studio with 192 gigabytes of memory. But then I was reading through some of the material on interference with, for large language models and training them. I'm better off trying to do something slightly larger and take it to an extreme than use an M2 Studio. As much as I like Macs, there's often interference speeds. So let's say I'm running a large language model. Let's just say Llama. So I'm running Llama locally. And if I want to do the 65 billion model to do 20 tokens, it takes as long to read and write the token. So if it takes, let's say, an hour and a half on an M2, it will then take an hour and a half to write out the response or create it, versus if I'm running a dual 4090 setup or something else, there's not that issue. You don't have interference speeds. ML compute cluster.
The Emperor, exactly.
Pure train wrecks, so that you could just like, I don't know. It's just like extremes, right? But it's so funny.
I think Jersey Shore is still up there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That one goes in the history books of social experiments.
Even I know that show, man. you know that basically in every Western democracy, this kind of shit show was copied, right? I think you've got some kind of
Jimmy.
British variant, Essex, Sisters of Essex. Or
You
something.
do not.
Yes.
You do not have a variant of this everywhere. No, you cannot have.
For sure. In Germany, we had dudes and girls going, I don't know, to Mallorca and doing the same shit. Yeah, Essex, sure, you know, exactly.
Yeah, but Mallorca is like a nice place. This is.
What? Have you been?
Is it not? It's not. I'm like, wait,
Well,
Real House of Bird.
It's basically it has been taken over by the British and the German, and all year, all around, we have a great drinking party there. Mallorca is fine when you go into the north. There's some culture there, some nice people, some locals. Everything in the south is basically tourism, beer king, and so on. Yeah, no, it's not nice. Basically,
Yeah.
that.
Okay, yeah, same version. Different beach, same
Yeah.
character.
I just refer to it as the poor man's Mykonos.
What, Mallorca?
No, I actually do like Alcor. It's great for
Mykonos.
cycling.
I don't even know what the poor man's Mykonos would be.
Well, Mykonos has only been trending in the past, what, 5 to 8 years?
Yeah.
So, that's when a lot of my friends started to go.
Mallorca is the poor man's Ibiza. You can say that.
Oh, yeah, that I could see.
The party culture, though, I mean, granted, when I've been there,
Oh, yeah.
I'm biased. Well, yeah, as I'm biased because often when I've traveled there, there's a good cycling culture there as well, and I didn't see much of the party side. So, I don't know.
You can have fun, you just need some penicillin after. Should have kept that to myself, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's TMI to me. But okay. What's this thing, Fair Play, coming out?
No, it's not preview for it. You'll see it. I think it has something to do with software.
Oh, really? Oh, wait. I think that's a trailer to this. It looked really bad. It's like she gets the promotion, he doesn't get the promotion. And because they're a couple, they work together at a hedge fund or something, and she gets promoted and he doesn't. It's some stupid storyline. Like, it looked really bad. If that's what it is.
What's another one that's newer? Has to do with that.
Oh,
The GME scheme or AMC or whatever.
oh yeah,
Money?
the money movie. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
actually
saw
want
it.
to see it. How was it?
There are undertones which I don't think a lot of people there are a lot of undertones which I think are well executed that many people are not discussing, particularly the gambling mentality of a lot of the people involved, how they perceive Wall Street as they're out to take our money. However, the main protagonists desperately, besides Roaring Kitty, they need the money. It will flash how much money they owe, how much debt they have, and that they're putting everything into this as a gamble. And herd mentality of, oh, they're all following what Roaring Kitty does. It's discouraging because it is a realization of a lot of the people involved or a lot of the people losing money that are involved in markets are primarily following herd mentality. They're not doing due diligence or their research. They are involved in zero DTEs and other aspects because they desperately need the money. And that's not the emphasis of the movie. Those are the undertones, but I thought that was well executed I was watching as, wow, this is depressing. and most people, oh, this isn't entertaining. It's a good movie. It's not bad, but they do accurately depict the reality of the majority of individuals involved in the market. And to be completely honest, there's a reason why. Maybe this was intentional, maybe it wasn't, but there's a reason why they're referred to literally as dumb money. Is they're following herd mentality, and they're not doing their due diligence. Someone assumes they're going to walk onto a basketball court with Michael Jordan and LeBron James and compete with them simply because they read a few posts on Reddit about it, and they're going to be able to have any semblance of success against people who literally live and breathe this for a living with significant resources backing them is absolutely ludicrous. That really is the harsh reality of, I'm sorry, it's a negative sum game. It's not a zero sum game because there's trading commissions or there's fees involved. But you're competing in a game against professionals, and unless I think where there's a lot of edge in equities for retail in terms of longer term or midterm is social arbitrage. What trends are you noticing that many of the companies are not? Let's say probably some of the better performing securities in my portfolio that have been short are almost always social arb plays. When in the past, when I don't like Lyft, but in the past when I've been using Lyft, I often would inquire, hey, I'm assuming you're driving Lyft and Uber, which do you prefer, why, which is the better platform, where are you making more money, what are the issues you have? And that's often information you don't receive in earnings calls or anything else. That having feet on the ground and actually evaluating some of the social arbitrage aspect can be quite beneficial, where you can extrapolate information and then determine a direction, have a bias, a long, short bias on whatever you're trading, whatever you have interest in for an investment or thesis, solely due to the social arb, as most of the analysts are not involved in having feet on the ground. I mean, go back to 2016, 2017, 2018, when Victoria's Secrets was still having wires in their bras. Very few companies were doing that. Most people who were my age, slightly older, fucking hate wires. And they were still doing it. And I had a couple friends develop a short thesis on the stock for the sole reason of they were well behind trends. No one in my age demographic or slightly older was purchasing it because it was uncomfortable. There's your social arb play. You have a legitimate edge in social arb. In many of the other aspects, retail does not have much of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. But overall, the movie, you think they actually did a pretty good job depicting the story, which I think is good to hear, because I think they've been different accounts of the events, and I don't think it was accurate what was coming out when it was happening.
The issue is they removed the intricacies from it in regards to there wasn't any discussion. They did discuss Robinhood, how trading was shut down. They didn't give concrete responses. And I think that's problematic. That was to interpretation for the consumer, when in fact, obviously they're not going to delve into any of the legislation surrounding regulatory infrastructure.
Yeah.
Particularly Dodd-Frank, with the Dodd-Frank and Consumer Protection Act. there were regulatory requirements for margin on assets when volatility exceeded specific thresholds. And with GameStop, you couldn't continue to purchase for the sole purpose of T+2, T+1. The money hadn't cleared. And Robinhood and the other firms didn't have adequate capital to continue purchasing or selling those assets until the funds cleared. Most of the individuals purchasing those assets were on margin accounts. They need T+1, T+2 for that to clear. Dodd-Frank is the entire reason people were not able to continue purchasing GameStop during that period, solely due to funds not settling. That's not Robinhood's
But also,
fault.
no, it is, because Robinhood never capitalized for that sort of an event. Like, they knew, I mean, they should have had data or insight into how their consumers are trading, and do they need to manage risk better? I mean, that's poor management on their part. I mean, who were these people running the company that they couldn't foresee some of the risks that they were, seeing? Because it's not like all of a sudden it came out of nowhere. There was like a influx of traders and an influx of margin trading, even leading up to GME. And it's like, you have to be prepared for these events. And then had to go cry and ask for money, and they couldn't even get the money at finally they were able to get money, but it took however long it took, 24 or 48 hours for it to come through. But as a risk manager, you need to be prepared for those risks, and they weren't. They were undercapitalized.
They didn't blow up, so I don't consider them undercapitalized whatsoever. They had the necessary margin for it to sit. I look at this is a regulatory issue. If there was span margin, this would have never occurred if we were not running on an antiquated system.
But why is it a regulatory statute? Like, why does that regulatory statute even exist? Right? Because you're saying it's a regulatory, and it is. But those regulatory issues are there for a reason, right? It is to protect the capital markets. If you're going to participate.
Those regulatory aspects, it's exceedingly antiquated, particularly compared to span margin, where you have nearly immediate settlement. There has not been an interest in progressing towards immediate settlement, particularly in equities. Futures never have this issue due to span margin and immediate settlement. This issue could have been immediately rectified if there was not T+2 settlement. I look at this as completely a government and regulatory issue, and working with antiquated framework. It's very similar to how I feel about college debt, where everyone points the finger at the universities when in fact as a government, it's primarily the government has facilitated it by providing a mechanism and means for students to continue to increase their allocation and incur debt to attend university due to low interest rate loans. And universities see it as, okay, well, we can build out better facilities, better this and that, because students have a means to pay for it. This all returns to my issue with much of the government is most politicians, IBG, YBG, I'll be gone, you'll be gone, who the fuck cares? There isn't any exigence to transition to a modern framework. You also look at most of the government infrastructure regarding technology and the fragility that presents for compromised data as a whole. Yeah, Robinhood could have done some things better, but I primarily see this as a government issue than more or less a Robinhood, because Robinhood didn't blow up. They remained within the regulatory, what was necessary for a regulation. If there was interest in actually quote unquote protecting the consumer, the government would immediately would force a transition to T+1, T+2, particularly in treasury notes. If this was pre-2008, Robinhood would have blown up, no ifs, ands, or buts. The regulations functioned as they should, but there's not much of an interest in improving it to the extent. There's not the interest in improving the regulatory infrastructure to facilitate immediate settlement as they should. even though there's discussion of, oh, consumer protection, this and that. Well, if you want to protect the consumers, you need immediate settlement for margin rather than T+1, T+2, because if volatility increases, and let's say SPY limits down one day, and there's war breaks out, something else, or crude limits down, well, shit, that margin requirement is going to go up drastically, and people are going to be stuck holding a bag, and they can only sell, they can't buy. That's going to happen across all assets until there's regulation expediting the process to T+1 or process from T+1/T+2 to immediate settlement. It compromises the integrity of an investor remaining liquid and whole by continuing to state that T+1, T+2 is adequate.
I don't doubt that, but that's after the fact, right? It's like you were operating in an environment where settlements are, you know what margin requirements are. You can have this debate afterwards, but in the moment, you need to be prepared for these events. You need to be prepared as a company to see, okay, where are the risks? Where are the opportunities? Like, how do we manage? You have to think about those things. Like, and it's like, fine, you could talk about regulation, you can talk about what needs to happen going forward. But if this is a framework that you're working in, this is a framework that you're working in.
Yeah.
What happens now and what, yeah, but like, and I agree with you. I think T+2 is antiquated, but it's a whole entire antiquated system. It's not like just changing the regulation. You have to change all those clearing houses, all their technology, all that back end infrastructure. So it's a big undertaking and nobody's motivated right now to do that.
Well, JP Morgan and a bunch of the others actually have the infrastructure in place to facilitate immediate settlement. JP Morgan is already
Pretty sure they are doing it with swaps already.
Yeah.
But what about DTC? DTC is the clearinghouse. That's where everything gets cleared.
Trying to think.
It has to be at both ends. And they have been working towards T+1 or faster settlement for years. It's just not, it's not a priority, right? Like, so it's not like they don't see it, they don't see the benefits of it. I mean, Gary Gensler has spoken about it, not that you want to necessarily take his word for it. It's just, it is an arduous process. So it's not like, and yet sure, JP Morgan can do it on their end, but their systems have everything that everybody clears with DTC. I mean, not the options market, but you know, the larger part of the market clears with DTC. So that is what needs to get. That's where all the antiquated systems are. That's where all the processes are. They need to overhaul everything in alignment with the government. And then obviously their clients, or all the banks, need to have the proper infrastructure in place as well. It's like a really big, because it's all the plumbing, right? It's all the plumbing behind the market. So it's not like you could just flip a switch, but again, I don't think there's a real urgency or call to action for it. Kind of like talking points, like, yeah, we're working on it. Yeah, this, that.
Well, it's also not in their best interest, the larger banks, because they can collect interest on overnight funding rates too.
Yeah. And again, like, who does it really benefit? Who does it really benefit? You know, it does benefit more the retail consumer. It really benefits those that don't have bigger pockets, right? It's like the banks are like JP Morgan, they don't have a problem clearing trades, right? Like, no one there is like worried about settlement necessarily. But there are things that, you know, obviously arise during extreme market crashes, and where T+2 to going to T+1 or even T+0 would eliminate some of those risks. But I think some of them are saying like they kind of need still a window of period to assess, you know, that the money is actually there. Like, I think T+0 is not something that we can even get to right now, but T+1, certainly you can do that.
Isn't until, I want to say, September of 2024.
Which is, sorry, say that again?
I don't think the regulatory requirement is in 2024. September of 2024 is when everyone is supposed to be transitioning to T+1.
Okay. That's not so far off.
I mean, I know USDP, Paxos, is already partnered with some of the larger banks and firms facilitating immediate settlement of assets, and the framework's already there, but it doesn't align with the interest of banks or anyone else, which is why I see it as a regulatory issue of regulatory needs to push this to protect the consumer. If they actually have,
to.
oh no, they're not
They're
going
not.
to.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't blame Robinhood, because Robinhood managed it within regulatory requirements, and they didn't blow up and lose customer assets. That's why I see it as a regulatory issue, not so much a Robinhood problem. They were within what's being expressed is more of a subjective ethical interpretation of what should have been done versus they were within the regulatory requirements and they adhered to the proper protocol as they should have. Could have they done something better to protect their consumer? Yeah, they could have, Robinhood, but they didn't. There was no infringement upon Dodd-Frank regulation or anything else. Therefore, what they did was within their best interest.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
I mean, what matters with law, what matters in most circumstances with law is the interpretation of the law and interpretation and intent. Their intent was to remain within the regulatory framework, and they remained within the regulatory framework. Now that becomes a discussion of if the government genuinely wants to protect the consumer, well, they need to change the structuring and expedite a transition to same-day settlement or near immediate settlement. Speaking of settlement, I have no idea how. I still know a couple people that are working in corporate-based crypto, and I have no idea how that's even still viable and how much money has been the outflows in crypto. This one woman I know from boarding school is she left. Where was she? I think she was at FTX, and then now she's at Solana.
God. Oh wow. She actually found another job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like the industry is gone, you know.
It's just there isn't as much
Doesn't-
funding or capital there.
No, there is no money actively flowing into crypto funds.
Let me see.
But I guess someone's going to keep the lights on for now.
Yeah, she is.
That's an evil laugh to me.
Because you know what picture I'm gonna post.
No, I don't. What are you posting? Oh God.
It's
Okay,
we don't
post
use
it.
stop loss. Yeah, it's we don't use stop
Oh,
losses here at FTX.
oh yeah. Oh, it's funny. Wait, was that Caroline that said that openly?
Yeah,
Who
that
said
was-
it? She said it?
she said it in an interview.
Oh, mad lady. I'm telling you, Harvey comes up with the funniest and poignant nomenclature and like these, I don't know what you say, phrases.
Yeah, this is how bad it is. She went from from a Bitcoin mining company, one of the larger Bitcoin mining companies, to FTX, to now working at Solana. Oh God, collapse after collapse, and I guess maybe hopefully Solana's not, but the yikes, yeet.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of traders left like finance to go do trading at crypto and like Coinbase and all that because they were paying so much money to them at the time.
Yeah, paying a fair. In 2021. I was doing into early 2022. I was doing a decent bit of consulting with two pretty large crypto firms that dried up, but surprise, surprise. But they were paying.
I mean, this
until
would have
the
been like, but this would be like crypto's heyday. This is like exactly what crypto
fuck.
was meant for.
Posted it in the wrong channel.
Timmy, what are you doing?
I didn't want to post it in ES. What the fuck?
We don't ever go to ES.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh Jesus. Ah, man, somebody needs gold, huh?
Looks like it.
Anybody ready for the gap down Sunday when Israel is
Yeah.
invading?
Well, sure am. I'm ready. Oh, I have some shorts that are for December, Chia, and I've been having them I've held since September. These are options.
Oh yeah, I'm holding a whole bunch of options on energies, long, natural gas, oil, Dutch natural gas. Yeah, why not risk it?
It's the time.
It all depends on your pain tolerance.
I would not hold futures, Chia. It's way too volatile and risky for me. Tell that to Zero. Well, Zero's got, that just come out of nowhere. It's like, oh, guys, watch this. You made your level. Probably calculating more levels. The other documentary that's actually really good on Netflix is the David Beckham one.
Really?
It's actually, yeah, I didn't think I was gonna like it because like I started watching the first episode and it's so like heavy about soccer. I'm like, okay, well, this is boring. And it is still about soccer, but yes, sorry, sorry, football. But I thought it was kind of fascinating how, you know, he was recruiting from one team to the other, and then like, I mean, honestly, I really didn't realize how crazy the culture is towards football, and like, I mean, people go fucking crazy over it. Like, I don't think Americans do that over any sport to the extent that.
Over American football, I would say over American football they do.
I don't think to the same extent. Like okay, so when David Beckham lost the match, the coach, I guess, like kind of blamed him for it because he got like a penalty flag or something. And you know, they're like, oh, he's just acting like a petulant child or whatever. But the entire country turned against him. It was crazy. Like, Timmy, would you agree with that? That was like extreme. Like, Americans don't do that where they're giving a person death threats and the media is constantly slamming one person. It's a team sport, first of all. And when you isolate one individual and blame the entirety of the match on this one individual and then continuously, you know, death threats and like all this like really nasty behavior.
Yeah, the British are special anyways. Then it's football, which makes them double special. Then it's Beckham, which adds more triple.
Fuel to the fire.
Yes. Then national team, you get a nice quadruple. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, what the heck? Who does this? Like, this is what you people, like, okay, it's like the war in Palestine. It's like the same level of vehement, like the anger and like that. It's just like, wait a second. You people just like flipped a switch. Like, what is going on? And then, you know, they all love him again when he's able to win for them, or, you know, he goes on with his career and people forget. But I thought that was pretty wild.
Oh yeah, versus Greece. This was
I can't remember everything.
Important goal he ever shot. After that, he was
repaired. He was back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just kind of tumultuous, like the whole journey that he had. And poor Victoria. Like, I think Victoria is actually the funniest character in that whole thing. They needed more of her.
There was actually
Did you
quite
watch
a
it, Steven?
No, but there was actually quite a funny
Oh.
clip recently where Victoria Beckham is interviewed and she claimed to have she was working class growing up.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Yeah.
David came into the room and reminded her what kind of car her father rode and brought her to school with. And it was a Rolls
Exactly.
Royce. Yeah, it's quite funny.
And then she's like a caricature. She needs her own show.
Honey, tell them the truth. Honey.
I know. She's like, working class. We were working class. It's like, what kind of class?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, ciao. It's always amazing having to watch people who get paid like 10 to 20 millions per year not being able
That was like crazy.
to fucking hit the goal. I don't know if you've ever been on a football pitch, but the goal is fucking big. You wouldn't believe it, actually. It's really big.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's like people love him and hate him at the same time when he.
This is my favorite.
All right. I'm just going to show you guys something really quick. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. I don't know about everybody else.
So let's just look at this from a 4-hour standpoint, right? Let's just turn this off real quick. Jed looks at that stuff. I don't need trading hours. Okay. So I'm looking at this right now, coming down into this area. Forget about what it is, right? Don't worry about what this means. Don't forget about that. Let's just talk about price action real quick. We're coming down to this area. This is a huge sell-off. And you're looking at this, and it's nothing I've not shown you guys. And you're looking at this, you're like, well, fuck, this chart, if you don't know what it is, this is at least a decent area to get long because there's a reaction in this area. One, two, and sort of three, right? After taking some stops. So the question is this going to, pull up? What is it going to do? At the very least, is a decent day trade, right? Then what you do, and what this chart is, it's long ES, short gold. Then what you do is you'll jump down to, say, ES and look at the price action in this area, right? So you can even jump down to like an hourly and kind of look, oh, wow, we're close to the 400, hourly moving average. So that's a good area, all right? Then what you do is you're like, okay, well, that kind of gives me an indication. So first, you're looking at this spread here, showing you something, showing you that, hey, we could be overextended to the downside, and there was quite a bit of reaction, just standard support resistance stuff, right? No major levels, nothing, right? Then you look at ES, okay, fine, we're at some kind of moving average, possibly a rejection there. And again, this is a hamster trade. You can do this for a bigger time frame trade, right? And then what you do is you can go to gold and look at where we're at. Holy shit, we're at the 200-day moving average, and you have a major level right here. So what does that mean? Any guesses?
Short, like you said it earlier, short, gold, long.
Yeah.
Yes, for a day trade.
Right. And if you calculate it correctly, the movement of gold at this point the movement upwards will not exceed any movement to the upside anyway, right? So what you want to do is you want to almost go for a 1-4-1, right? So once gold gets up here, and trust me, I'm underwater with it, but I'll show you guys. This is the hedge, and this is something I did like in prop days, where we had X amount of capital under management, but if we're properly hedged, it's almost like almost a wash, right? So at this point, I'm looking at gold saying, hey, that's a decent reversal right there. We have our major level right here. Of course, we all know major levels don't have to stop to a tick. It doesn't have to do anything. The market doesn't have to do shit, right? It doesn't have to respect any levels whatsoever. So at least we're seeing that. Like, okay, cool. Then we jump to ES chart. That's a decent, if tried to do it here, failed, came lower, and that's a possible, rejection point. If I'm hedging it correctly, I should be long ES and short gold. Now, gold is 500, bucks per point, whereas ES is only 50. So if I drop down gold to say, I think it's gold mini futures, right? Then I can properly hedge it 1-to-1. Now, this is where you kind of think like, okay, well, if it's moving, and this is a little bit more advanced. And when I say advanced, I don't mean like you guys are dumb. I mean advanced as in you need the proper account size to do shit like this. But I just wanted to show you guys, and I do this all the time. I just thought this is a good, everyone was in here, and usually if no one's in here, I don't fucking announce it. But I figured you guys are in here, and I wanted to show certain people what you should actually, in my eyes, right, just my opinion, work towards as far as a professional trader. No offense to anyone else, I don't think, or at least I personally do not want to be a trader where I'm like fucking just trading one instrument and just trying to, make that one instrument give me millions of dollars a year, right? I'd much rather trade multiple instruments. So what you can do is long ES, short gold. And I did, this one is the minis. So it's perfectly hedged. I took one off here in ES, but it's perfectly hedged. I'm losing money on gold. And actually, when I do share like my P&Ls to certain of you guys, some of my losses come from this hedge, which is not a loss whatsoever, right? So you can perfectly do this if you see it. If you see it on a combine, if you understand capital flow, you understand the macro of things, this is something you can do. Now, I thought gold will drop in a lot more, but it didn't. So that's fine. I'll just keep it there in case something happens. And then I'll take, long in ES. And so far I'm up, I don't know, 6,000, 7,000, right? Just on ES alone, minus this drop or this drawdown in whatever. I mean, I'm still up $6,000. So these are the things that you should be looking at, and like, and there was a point where I'm up on both, but you don't close it, right? You close it when they both reach an area where you're like, okay, it's almost like pairs trading. Has anyone done pairs trading?
No.
Okay. Let me show you guys another strategy that people used to do in my we also did this in that prop firm. Hold on, let me see. Isn't it CCE? Yeah, it is. What am I missing? Okay, I'll have for it. I forgot. Okay, so, and then PepsiCo right here. All right, so pairs trading is this, and I'm just going to use a daily. Just to kind of. Oh, I gotta change something. Give me 1 second. Okay. So pairs trading is essentially this. These two should move in unison, right? Like if one's going up, one should go down, so on and so forth, right? So give me 1 second. Actually, no, it should not be that. 1 second, sorry. It shouldn't be always price scale. It should be same percentage per scale. Okay. I think it should be roughly like that. I don't remember how TradingView does it. No, it should be its own. Sorry. My bad. Because the machine we had was very different. New ping. Okay. These should always intersect each other at any given point, right? They should intersect each other at the very least. So if I just kind of scale it properly, they should always intersect each other, meaning they should be moving simultaneously. If one goes up, one should go down. So what pairs trading essentially does is it'll do something like this. I don't want to scale it improperly. Okay. What it will actually do is it will, if let's just say you see this spread right here, you would short this, buy this as simultaneously with equal weighted for it to intersect. And despite it never intersecting until here, you will lose on this short, but you'll gain on this win, right? And effectively what it does is that it gives you, you're hoping that instead of it moving up together like this, you're actually hoping it does something what this did, which is this goes short, this goes long, they intersect. You know, although it never intersected here, chances are if I was trading this as, you know, back in the day, I would fucking take it off. Here, I'm just showing you this as a non-perfect example, or it's still a good example, but still this would be a great example. This short, this long, intersect, you win on both. If you shorted this, long this is what they call a perfect hedge. This keeps moving upwards, but this is outpacing it, right? And you will still make money, but you're losing on this.
To the left is a great one.
Which one? This one?
No, to the left.
Oh, this
The
right here?
first one.
This
Sorry,
this
my
one
left and
even,
right is all fucked up. Yeah.
even
So this
one,
is all. It's the same thing, right? It's just, you know, moving like that. So let's look at this in a better way instead of having all, like its own price scale and all this other shit, right? Let's look at this in another way. Teaching us some fucking secrets, man. Shit. Goddamn.
isn't that just what hedge funds originally did?
Yeah, I think they did a lot of pairs.
I believe it's on the Wikipedia page of hedge funds.
Is it really?
Yeah, it really is.
Well, you can show yourself out, Mr. Timmy.
No, I just
Yeah, Timmy.
Risky in disguise.
Kill the fuck up.
sorry, man.
Fucking risky in disguise. Shit. So this is
Are these the same?
Hmm?
Why are you looking at KOF versus KO? Is it because you were doing the currency arbitrage or something?
Wait, say that
'Cause
again.
Coca-Cola just KO is Coca-Cola, but you have KOF.
I thought no, this is
Different.
Coca-Cola. KOF is Coca-Cola.
This is what's KO then?
Coca-Cola as well.
There's
It must be like
no. There's several different
Your
share
current-
classes.
oh,
There's share
okay.
classes, right? So he would have the F would be like preferred or and then
That's what I
KO
thought
would
it
be
was.
common or
Yeah, I typed in
No,
K-
you're looking at the wrong chart then. You have to redo the exercise.
well, I mean it's the same
I thought
thing.
you were doing some currency or some because it's I'm looking at it's an ADR, so it's like an overseas company Coca-Cola version trading here.
Okay. Let's redo
And
that.
then you could get some currency arbitrage situation, but that's not what's
Okay.
happening here.
We can redo the exercise. It's the same
Yes, let's
concept.
redo it. Okay.
It's just buying one, shorting the other, and waiting for it to get back.
Okay,
So
the
if
charts
you were-
still work. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you
Okay,
were
we
to
don't have to
buy
review
this,
it. You go on.
Yeah. short this, it's the same thing.
Okay.
You would still make money on both, right? The times where you don't make money on both is if you get bad spreads like, oh fuck, I can't. Oh, here, right? If you shorted this, bought this, you know, and this makes money, yes, but as it comes down, you're losing on this, and this looks like a bigger loser than this gain. So you probably would have lost money on that. But this is also a very retarded fucking take. You know, like that you would look at that and be
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
Yeah.
you would not take that. It's not wide enough.
so a lot of people would do stuff like this. They'll do this with Caterpillar Deer. You know, we used to do this. Caterpillar Deer, a lot of the airlines, energy, steel, a lot of the stuff, right? Effectively, what it is showing you is, you know, same thing as like, you know, like, you know, like Japanese USD, right? What's showing you is you're getting long yen, shorting the dollar. That's it. Now, the dollar is a really shitty thing to look at, by the way. You should not use the dollar too much. And even like a day like today, you're like, you know, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, dollar is, you know, strong. Like it is, but it's not. Like it's a very volume weighted currency. The Dixie is a very volume weighted currency. what does that mean? It means that everything still derives to dollars. So just because I no longer believe in, say, the euro, which I wanted to short yesterday, and I'm a little bit pissed about that. Look at that. Or major level right here. Bam. Up into this spot. Can you guys see that clearly? This is yesterday, right? So really quick, I'll just zoom into let's go to 5 minute, right? So yesterday, oh, I even have my entry already in there and it clicks it right there. Anyways, so, following the lines, higher highs, whatever, crack, retest, down, right? So that was way too fast. I missed it, whatever. Anyways, back to this. Just because I want to sell the euro, just because I feel like euro is weak, that doesn't mean that I'm bullish in dollar. It just means that everything is derived and weighted to it. So when I sell the euro, naturally it's going to go to the dollar. But I don't want the dollar. It just goes to the dollar, right? So looking at gold, I'm like, dude, this shit looks, 1, oversold. 2, a little bit, whatever, right? So that's what I'm doing. And here's a good example. The ES is falling right now, right? I am still weighted perfectly fine. It's okay. Actually, as a matter of fact, I should probably watch this. I'm probably gonna drag everything and break even for this, and it'll stop me out, and I'll probably close out my gold. Yeah, I'll put it right here, so that'll be $1,000 something dollar loss, and then I'll probably let me see how it reacts here. If there's a continuation, I'll sell it off and I'll just break even on this trade. And I get a lot of people like, why would you break even? You're up like 6,000-7,000. But the thing is, you don't think like that because you're waiting for this to collapse a little bit. And we're not talking about a whole lot, right? We're just talking about maybe, 15 points, right? And then ES goes up, say, I don't know, let's see, for 20 points, right? That's a shit ton of money on both ends. But this is a perfect hedge. You don't lose per se, right? Per se. Of course you can lose. But it's a very safe measure to take. You guys get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it, but I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The way I see it, the way you were showing it, it looked like gold was a better short and ES was a long. Gold had a lot more factors of resistance, if you were.
Yes.
Would you ever
Flip it, use
tolerate
something
a
else?
hedge? What's that?
Use something else to hedge it instead?
No. Would you ever just offset the sizing of the hedging because you're more like you use 3 pieces gold, 2 pieces ES?
No, because
It'll always be 1-to-1.
it would be based on success because you don't know what is actually going to happen. So let's just say you were favoring.
You have that more favor, like ES is kind of right in the middle of kind of whatever, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
so
not really a great long, right? Like, you know what I mean? But it will react because of the gold short that's coming, not because of where ES is. Like, that's the misconfusion, right?
yeah, let me show you why.
About this correlation, right? So
Let me show you why, Harvey. Let's just say we're not just saying you're shorting. Oh, bro, come on, bro.
in your if this is Coca-Cola, like if you're using this example, let's just say Coke was coming out with some news of like, Pepsi Zero or whatever. You know how that wrecked Pepsi?
Usually it'll move
Right?
simultaneously regardless. When it comes to pairs trading, it moves regardless. Even it takes really crazy really bad news, right? For it. But let's just say you were shorting white and gonna long blue, right? And your expectations for us to get back to equilibrium, and you're gonna cover it. Now, your idea is if I were to, I like this short more because maybe you're more short biased, right? You shorted 4 and you only bought 2. Sorry, plus 2. Bought 2. What happens? What happens if this moves like this and they continue? Now you're losing both, right? And you're screwed. But you're screwed doubly. Or what if, right? This doesn't move down, but it does it like the other thing that we were showing you, how it was not the best example, but you're still not losing more. What if it does this? And if you were to have bought 4, you're still break even along this entire. Whoa, how do I use this stuff? Entire.
Get you.
Channel.
I think I get you. It's keep your bias out of it because you really
Yeah.
don't know anything.
Because that's not the strategy, right? The strategy is it's going to move simultaneously,
Pair strategy. Yes.
Right.
The pair strategy.
so you don't want to do that, because if it moves simultaneously, you're going to lose a lot more on this, and you're going to make money on this, but you're making half.
And again, okay, so it only works good when it works good.
Yeah.
Like the offset. And when
Yeah.
it works bad.
It's doubly bad.
Doubly.
Yeah,
It's doubly
that-
bad, yeah.
That's why pair trading to me never really fucking, I mean, it makes sense. It's just I didn't like to do it their method, where they're like, oh, okay, it's your hedge is good. I'm like, okay, but
Like the
you need to.
like overall, yeah, you would be safer, but you would have a less percentage win at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which
I
guess is okay for mutual funds with a lot of money, right? Because 1% of a million is terrific. 1% of 1,000 is not so great, right?
I got stopped out of
Over the
gold
years,
already.
right?
No, but here's the thing though, Harvey, right? Your goal is for them both to work, not for the one to work, one not to work. Like the example, if this goes up and the other one goes up as well, like it was supposed to cross back in, but it doesn't. It just goes up with it. But maybe it does something like this, and then eventually crosses over. Then yeah, that's no bueno, right? Eventually crosses over. It looks like a goddamn penis, upside down penis. But our goal isn't this. Our goal is for this to come in and this to come in, and you win on both. Oh my god, it looks more and more like a penis now. Looks like a ninja penis. Anyways, you get what I'm saying, right? We're not looking for this, right? We're looking for
Okay, all right.
Get it, Harvey? How many more penises do I need
Did you
to
get
draw?
it? Did you get it, Harvey?
No, I absolutely get it. I was just
Okay.
gold
So
was a better short here, right? And again, look at how it reacted. Even if it did
Oh,
go up there,
I got stopped out in
it was
gold.
a hamster.
I got stopped out in gold. Oh, I
Yeah.
still have 4 left. Fuck. I forgot to put a stop. I was in a rush to do it. I'll just put it at the high. It'll stop me out. That's fine. But that's fine. Even if it stops me out, that's $1,500. I've already made, enough. I'm okay with it. And even if ES comes back and it stops me out at break even, it was a failed experiment. Maybe I'll take one more off right now and whatever. Right? But on a bigger time frame, you can definitely do this. And this is something that, we do. Right? When you find that correlation, you can do that. Same thing with ES against the Russell, right? I'm not saying to do it today. I'm just saying there are certain days that you can do it. But you can't just be like, oh shit, this is a major breakout. I want to, short ES and buy Russell. Well, here's the thing. If you look at ES alone, if you were to buy it, actually, let me go back to that. So let's just say you bought it on this day, on the 11th of October, right? So we go back to ES, 11th of October, right here. You would have fucking lost, right? You bought ES, but you would have lost your ass. And then you look at Russell, 11th of October, you lost your ass even harder. Why? Because you didn't have any location. There's no reason to do it, right? Aside from just that spread chart. You can't just look at something and do that. You have to look at, say, something like, I don't know. Let's go against a 10-year, let's just say, right? So right here, the 27th of ES, of September, sorry. September 27th. Right here. All right, we're at a major level. I don't mind buying this, even though I can see this is a loss. It's fine. Let's just roll with the punches and see what happens, right? And then, so if we're buying ES, we're shorting the bonds at the 27th of September. Right here. It's not really that great. The location kind of sucks. You kind of see that? Right there, that's 27. Right? They're not really moving opposite of each other, they're moving in tandem at this point. And then that's just very, very dangerous. You guys get it? No?
Yeah. I mean, I think the key to it is finding the right pair, right? And how do you find that pair?
But it's not always like that too, right? You can't just always find that one pair, like for instance, ES and gold, and then stick with it forever, right?
Yeah, it's going to rotate at some point.
So I got stopped out of gold. I'm still in ES. I could easily take this off. I'm sure most people will. Like, oh shit, offset that. You're up like 18 something. Yeah, but.
Do they ever look for like extremely exotic pairs?
What do you mean, like
Stuff that you-
like a
well,
Russian
you say
blonde?
Coke and Pepsi. Well, no. No, but you're saying Coke and Pepsi. They're both, beverages.
The same sector.
Right? So
Yeah.
you could go, yeah, like okay, so let's go one notch above that. Let's go Monster Energy versus Coke, right? And that's not even as exotic as I was kind of getting at. It would be more like I don't even know. Say Delta Airlines versus Caribbean Cruise. They're both transportation. They both get affected by oil. They both get. They're almost the identical business model, right?
Yeah.
Almost. Do they ever kind of look at those? Like, are there guys out there that are constantly searching for these exotic pairs that are?
I don't know, but I know that we didn't do that, not the platform nor in the Zoom.
Yeah, you just kept it real simple. Eh?
Yeah,
Well, that comparison, the airline versus it's not bad. Or like say casino versus Disney. Maybe not Disney because Disney's got a lot of angles to it, but you know what I'm trying to say? Like they're very similar, but they're not the same, right? They're not the same business, but they're very similar business.
same but different.
Kind of, yeah. Business is funny like that, right? There's only like 6 groups of business, right? Like at the end of the day. Don't quote me on that 6. I just made that up.
Same, but different. I don't know.
Well, like I said, like a cruise ship and an airline are very similar, right?
What's the symbol for the Caribbean cruise thing?
CCL.
CAL. Oh, CCL,
Yeah, CCL.
Oh, for
Delta
Carnival.
Airlines is DAL, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
I guess they kind of move in tandem. Yeah. You would make money here.
Yeah, well, they should,
would-
right? Like they
You would take a huge drawdown You know, because this moved a lot higher and this barely moved up before it worked on both ends. You know, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Chow, that's your homework. Sweet. We'll get this figured out. What do you think by Monday? Is that cool?
You can you can just I'll just do this. I
Just
don't
kidding,
know.
Just kidding. Well, I just bring those. That was just me off the top of my head. If I really thought about the exotic pairing,
So Carnival Cruise Carnival Cruise with Delta Airlines is not it's not that correlating. Yeah, it's only at a
I'm sure
0.64.
there is a. I'll look it up.
Look, I'm not telling you guys to do this. I'm just showing you guys as far as futures and as far as trading goes, you can do this. Pairs trading is a very short-sighted way of trading. It's not long term. Just a FY. Okay. It's not that long term. What the things that we did then was intraday. And it gets very dangerous when you do it intraday, especially for futures and you don't know what correlates, what doesn't correlate. You can do this for equities, yeah, but you also need to kind of figure out how to do it properly. But yeah, I think for the futures is a better bet.
So maybe gold versus copper.
So you can do gold against copper, right? So let's turn this
Platinum
off.
against gold or whatever.
You can do gold against copper, and a lot of people do this. And in my opinion, along with others that I know, it doesn't work. It doesn't work very well. Okay, because gold and copper is actually two separate things. A lot of people think a metal is a metal is a metal a metal. No. Now, if you want to do this with gold and silver, that's a different story.
Yeah, those are the
Much closer. You have to understand, copper is actually a growth.
copper. Yeah, copper would be verse, not gold, because gold is a
Yeah, copper is a growth metal.
It's a saving metal, and copper is a using metal.
Yeah, and copper's a growth metal, meaning it. You know, when companies are growing, you know, whether it's hyper fast or whatever, it moves like crazy, right? Because more and more companies need copper. So you look at copper during like, let's go here. 2020 meltdown, huge move up. More and more people wanted to buy copper for their electronics, and this follows all like a lot of like the Nasdaq show, right?
How far? Go to the biggest you can get. How far back does this go? Go to a monthly.
1997, I believe.
97.
98 goes back to 98.
How far, is there? You know, maybe it's not a future, right? But there's got to be something that goes back further for the price of like all of this.
What do you mean? So look, if you look at
Doesn't they have a
gold,
chart for
here.
gold back to like the 1700s.
Look, this one
Oh,
goes back
really?
to 1975.
1975. Okay. Well,
So you look at gold, this is 2020's low. It didn't move up as high, and it's gonna lag behind it. It doesn't mean it doesn't go up. It just means that people will prefer to buy copper at this point, and if they have excess capital, you know, they don't want to over leverage themselves on one asset, and they'll throw into gold or dollar or whatever it may be. Or currencies, I shouldn't say gold.
well, again, back to the whole macro picture of things. Was there any type of extra demand on copper versus gold during that time period, right? Like
there's more demand
Right.
on.
Yeah, like
But
right
oh,
now,
by the way,
those,
copper's still gold is still used in things, just not as much as
Yeah.
copper. Okay, it's still
Well,
used.
yeah, no, obviously, yeah, no. I totally, I get that, right? I do, I get it. Like there is an industrial use for gold. It's like diamonds. There's an industrial use for diamonds. It actually outpaces the use of, well, whatever you want to call it, the retail jewelry side of shit. That's fucking. That's not even the. You know, the better quality goes there, but the better volume of diamond goes to industrial use.
Mhm.
Yeah, again, back to the correlation of like the global macroeconomic, usage of things, right? Like right now, cobalt is up comparatively, I would say, to like versus the 1980s,
Yeah.
right? You know, like and just stuff like that, right? Like,
Anyways, yep, that's all I wanted to show you guys. Nothing cray.
You're taking profits or?
Yeah.
You're going to.
I already took
okay.
some profits. Yeah, because once you exit one, you should exit the other. Especially if it's not working and gold keeps moving up. You want to, because
Hmm.
if you look at gold, say on a 5-minute, right? This is where I took it. If it's breaking up, chances are it's not slowing down, and I don't think ES is going to slow down, right? So you got to take profit. Once you exit one, you got to exit the other, basically. Unless you already took profit like me and you're just putting break even and blah blah. So, yeah. Anyhow, yep, that's it, guys.
Thanks.
Well, good stuff.
Yep. Pairs trading is not something new. It's just new to people who.
Don't read.
No, it's just new to people in futures, I think, or the younger crowd, like Harvey and stuff.
Did they say that?
Younger generation doesn't put in any work. Harvey,
Harvey,
Fucking
these
just want
zoomers.
handouts and shit, dude. Look at him.
for
He's just,
real.
oh yeah,
Always.
join me. Yep. Wants me to give him shit day in day out. That's Harvey.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyhow, yeah, guys, I think that I'm done trading for the day. That was something interesting that I was like, put it on, see what happens, and it didn't work out, so it's okay. I think I lost money on that. Yep, I lost $350. Whatever. But it's a good lesson. What is that?
he doing, Harvey? What is
he's,
is he trying? Is that
he's
the
absorbing.
new speed
I think-
reading? Yes.
That's how he takes in all his
that's how I
information.
read. That's how I get it done.
Yeah.
This is how I study, exactly.
All right, folks. Have a great weekend.
You too.
I will see you guys later.
Okay.
Yes.
See you later. Have a
Later.
good
Have a
weekend.
nice
Bye.
weekend.
Goodbye.
Now it's only us. Honestly, we could see 40 Simmel. Wow, the daily looks shit, huh? Going to revisit 300 at least.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted. So if you go to a weekly chart and then look at the Russell, that's not, I didn't want that candle.
Oh yeah, that looks shite. Sheesh. Oh yeah. That's misery in the making. It's also the perfect setup, Harvey. That kind of hanging man candle on the weekly on ES. I bet many people are long. Now we have got the weekend, Israel invades, and we will have the gap down of all gap downs. My prediction. I have been wrong before.
Yeah, like on this weekly view, the only thing that's showing any type of, not even strength is that Dow Jones, right?
Yeah, the Dow somehow, but it's compressed. You could say it's a bit compressing, right? If you look at it from a really long, might be compressing actually, the Dow.
Yeah, so NQ 15040, so 1540 25 needs to be we really want to stay above that by the end of the day.
15. What did you say? 15.4.
040.
040.
040. Yeah. So that's just nothing but the opening, right?
Yeah.
Like that would be what do they call that one? It's upside down dragonfly. Inverted cross or whatever. It's not positive. That's for sure.
No, it's not.
It's not a positive can't no.
What a move gold made though, man.
I know I get trapped into that thought process too. Gold's an expensive little devil too.
Yeah. But we had the gap down You
I made a
probably,
lot on it.
yeah, you probably should have longed on that. Where we
Well,
tried
I tried to say that.
to gap edge, yeah.
I was talking to Zero about it yesterday around 3:16 Eastern Standard Time, right before the close. An hour before the close yesterday, and I was like, we should be kind of looking at it right here for the long overnight. But I mean, how do you know, right? And then before you knew it, like it already moved up at 5 o'clock. You know what I mean? At session close or whatever. Like it was, you know, fucking up and away. And then when I looked at it in the morning, what time did I get on? It's 3 in the morning or something. Well, maybe that's when I did look at it. It was 3 a.m. Eastern. That's when I was up this morning. And I was like, that looks kind of long to me, right? Sorry, it's 3 a.m. Eastern.
3 a.m. Eastern. Mm.
And give or take, right? It's just in that area there. Now that the chart's all fucking compressed and shit.
Well, you would have been rich. Would have been fucking rich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coulda, woulda been,
Mm.
coulda, woulda. But I mean,
And we selling off.
I mean, I would have got spooked.
Yeah, I told you.
Got spooked out at 280 ticks, right at the open. So 280 ticks, though, that would have been.
I'm telling you, 40s are on the table.
Does it sound like? Oh, big time.
Financial advice, Timmy?
Oh,
No, definitely not. Too late.
I actually took it when you said, "Do you think there was a 40?" I have an MES short on.
True? You're holding? You're still holding?
Don't know if I'm holding though.
Nice.
I got in at 54.25.
oh,
Might
wow,
get out
good
next week.
job.
What does Gex look like right now? He's still open interest and volume still.
They've been building up on the lower strikes, slowly letting go of the above ones. So we should actually skip the 15s now and go straight to 40, 43, 40.
36 maybe?
Yeah, I would aim for 40, 40 and look what happens there. 43, 40. Look at 43, 40. But
Yeah. There's some liquidity at 40 right now. Looks like it's still interest in selling. So there's a lot of. You know what? I'm about to get out. Nope, never mind. I'm not getting out.
I think you should hold.
Don't get out, Johnny. Johnny, just hold tight, man. Just hold tight.
You should be able to get 40. Maybe.
I'm gonna
No, man. You might get more.
I'm gonna go to 42.
No, you can get more than that. Don't even. This is rocking, man.
Okay.
Look at that. Buyers trying getting shite. Don't get rocked.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out.
Order filled.
Oh, Johnny.
At 45.
Oh, Johnny.
I think you were
Ah,
premature.
No, man.
You have to trust me. No, we're going to 40. See, I told you, man.
God,
I
no,
told
it's going to like fucking 25, man. What are you talking about? God damn it, man. It's going like deep, man.
No, but we could go to 30.
37.
No, 30. We
Oh,
could actually go to 30.
I was thinking 36, but you know,
thing.
I was like, nah, never mind. I think this is good enough.
You have to trust my spot on gags analysis. Has it ever failed you? Yes, it has. I know. They can't sell volatility and not get fucked once. Someday it's going to hit him hard on the head. We're gonna have a bloodbath.
There you go. He's coming. He's coming down more.
Yeah, it's coming down way more.
Actually, this looks like it could really flush down. One more
It's
time.
going to. What's the date today, John?
Oh yeah, you said something about
Reddit
it. Right?
13.
Yeah. Spooky shit can happen.
Yeah, with all those guys believing in
Right.
fucking
You cut it.
moons and astrology.
You're done, John? You cut it? Are you flat? Ah, damn it.
And
I hope you made some money.
I think he almost made 10 points, huh?
43. For $3.
$43, John? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, that is so hard. Ah, man. That's almost worse than not holding.
Is there some absorption here? I think there's absorption here.
Good trade though, man. Like good. The entry, John. Can you screenshot your entry
Won't
because that
do.
was pretty good. Pretty good
Yeah.
entry, dude. I think I know where it is. That was a pretty good entry.
Tell him again, John, how you came to that entry. Please, just for my sake.
Because Timmy said he thinks he's going to go down. I was like, okay. He thinks he's going down. We can let me short real quick.
Order failed. So you could borderline get sweaty now. You could borderline get sweaty now. When this pulls back down, it's not right. It's probably gonna flush more. It's not, that's not right. If
For
you
that
had any
kind
type
of-
of size, you can take one off right there at the 42, right there at 42.50. You can take one off right there and then trail the stop in on top of this at 46.50 with the other part, right? Because you don't know, this could reverse right here. But I don't think it's doing it. I think it's just gonna flush out. This is it's bullshit. It did hit that Russell major level to like through it by a tick. So that's another reason. And this where your stop placement has to be exactly critically perfect. If you were to just take this pivot on the left here at 46, you're gonna get hit. You need to put it up like you have to be okay with it. Be like at 47 or something. 47.25. So it can take that liquidity and then do its pull back down. I don't know how many times I put my stop exactly one tick above, and it, guess what, hits it like not every time, but it hits it, and then it goes right. So you put it up a bit more. It almost looks like a dumb spot, but at the same time, what's the dumb spot? Right above, one tick above. And then you got to predict when it gets to that one tick above, how much is this pulse going to be? Right? Like, because this is a trade too that I was thinking about automating would be this is going to want to jump once it's a breakout trade and it's going to jump 4-5 ticks here, one little pulse in about 5 seconds. Once it breaks this breakout. And if you could automate that for just the 4 ticks, that might, make some money over the long run.
I don't know if you can do it as retail. Do you think I feel it's not possible to do that as retail, to be honest.
What do you mean,
Ciao.
not fast enough or not?
Yeah. I don't think you're fast enough. Or you
Yes,
have
I put the
larger
entry
risk.
at 45.75.
I'm back in. I'm back in.
45.75.
You're not really bad. Well, let me check the gags for you. Yeah, it looked okay. I mean, we could hit 30s. Their sellers are really attacking.
Oh, John.
There's some really weird stuff going on. There are sell icebergs being filled here while they are taking that liquidity as well. Something fishy is going on.
Order filled.
I'm out. I'm out.
Okay with that. I'm okay with that one. You know what I mean? I'm okay with that. But you had such a nice buffer from way the fuck up there. Oh man. Yeah, so 124 is when you entered. 425.
I'm out because of that zero print at the bottom.
Well, sorry, 129.
Yeah, it could be a good place, actually. Be a very good place. Yes, overall GEX volume is being reduced, so that's a little bit of buying.
Let's see it now.
But strikes still not letting down on the downside. They are not really managing liquidity here, so that's not an indication of reversal for me. I don't know if it's just a lack of volume because, well, we had a lack of volume. Now it's actually increasing.
Okay, so there was that automatic fill. I put it up too high. I put it at 7 ticks. You just see how it jumped though? I didn't get the profit, right? But it filled. So it didn't work. I miscalculated the pop.
So what fill did you
I
get?
didn't miscalculate the amount of pop. I miscalculated when the pop was gonna zap. So I took it like 3 ticks late or whatever, if you were, you know what I mean?
Oh,
But not the breakout zone, which is kind of interesting. So there it got filled, but I mean, that wasn't exactly correct. The problem with this breakout thingy, automated this breakout thing, is that, yeah, look at now you've left fucking a shitload on the table for what reason, right? Interesting.
strikes down lower, letting off now.
See, that zero print saved my life.
Sure did. Total Gamma Crush now. It's a hard drop for the amount of selling. almost want to say it's a long.
What is Gex doing?
The 40 strike is spinning, I believe. So the strikes from 10 on downwards are letting off, so those are not realistic targets anymore. Now
Okay.
the question becomes, where do we pin? At least for now. Now exposure is increasing again. No, I'd say it's a long.
You say it's a long?
If I wouldn't trade here anyways,
Mm-hmm.
so don't do it, even if it's just one MES. It's really difficult to tell right now. They're shifting. And it doesn't give a good picture now anyways. What you want is a big strike, followed by a very smaller one, and then followed up by another big strike. So that we basically jump the gap, you could say. Now it depends. Are they going in? Doesn't look like it for now. Now. Now they're increasing the volume on the strikes below again. Yeah. There's no trade location here. Yeah, the rocket shower we are so negative on the gags. That as soon as people take profits with the instruments, a whole lot of buying pressure comes in. Because they had to hedge in the same direction. If they sell to close, they have to do essentially the same. I don't think there are enough sellers anymore. But let's see.
I'm in one long. Trying to get to 4368.
Mm. Mhm. Well, just no buyers showing up. They probably want to see a breakout here, and then you could get some, but it's lacking buyers somehow. And if they,
Yeah, and might get out actually.
if we break down here lower, uh, could possibly go down again. And they're actually almost fully retraced in terms of GEX volume on the downside. Not quite, but they are trying.
Out for 2 ticks. I held that for quite a long time actually. But how this goes now.
Yeah, I don't know that you can have a good edge here. It's almost too thin to tell. I don't know. So it's very late for me, guys. I will leave you now. I wish you all a great
Later,
weekend.
Timmy. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Get some rest.
Later. Yeah.
Do some fun stuff.
Later, everyone.
You got still sun there, over there? We are slowly but surely the sun is not there anymore. For us at least. All right, guys. Bye bye.
Later, y'all.